Do we have the attorney today?
He's online. No, he's available online.
Where up over here? You have to rent another one. A couple are there, mostly in storage. Did I bring you my lead? I'll move to a new place and stay in the chair.
I've got the whole place to myself.
So that would be she's right outside the door.
She may have started. I don't remember if we decided to research it. Yeah, Kristen Miranda. Yes, ma'am. I was sure she gets it.
Got a little easy.
Ready to go? 6:01. Okay. All right. I think we're ready to go. So glad all of y'all are here this afternoon or this evening. Good evening and welcome to the City of Leon Valley City Council regular meeting. Today is Tuesday, April the 2nd, 2024, and it's approximately 6:01 this evening. And all council members are present with the exception of Mr. Bradshaw. He's not able to join us this evening. So I'm going to ask Council Member Benny Martinez to please lead us in the pledge. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Okay. Oh. What a beautiful day, right? It's gorgeous. Puts everybody in a good mood. That's what I say. Okay. Citizens be heard is agenda item number 2. Now, I know many of you are here for an agenda item topic, which, just a reminder, you are able to speak on that agenda item at like a citizens to be heard. But if there's anybody else that would like to address the council, please come forward. Just state your name and where you generally reside, and you have up to 3 minutes to speak. Okay, I see no one at this time. Then we'll move to presentations. As you can see, we have 3 presentations this evening, and we'll start with presentation 3.1, presentation, discussion, and direction to staff on the redesign of the Forest Oaks Swimming Pool facility. And our Public Works Director, Melinda Mortz, is here this evening to present. Good evening and welcome. Right.
So there's lots of options. You can approve one of the concepts. You could ask for another design, possibly combining, removing, or adding some other features. So these aren't set in stone. These are just 3 ideas for y'all to consider.
Okay.
So design A keeps the existing swimming pool and replasters it, redoes all the plumbing. Demolish the baby pool and, of course, all the sidewalks that surround it and the decking because those are not ADA accessible. Demolish the clubhouse and construct a new facility with a 703 square foot community room, lifeguard office, restrooms, and mechanical room. And then add a spray ground in place of the baby pool, put in a water slide, an in-pool rock climbing wall, and I have a picture of that at the end, a shower tower, add some shade canopies, and construct a patio on the hill. And then for the tennis courts, we would just add pickleball over the top of the tennis courts. And that estimate is about $2.9 million. And here's the concept. So you can see here would be the new building, new facility. Here would be the water slide. Over here would be the rock climbing wall. We have shade canopies all the way around. The pickleball over the tennis court. Here's the spray ground for the babies. Up here would be the patio for the people. And this just shows you an up close. Here's the meeting room. This is of the building. This is the men's restroom area, women's restroom, and then the separate on the side like it is right now for the lifeguard office where we have our concessions, and then the mechanical room and any storage. On B, we would demolish the pool completely and the baby pool, all the sidewalks, build new zero-entry pool with tanning shelters, add shade canopies, rock climbing wall, water slide, spray ground, shower tower, and then construct a patio on the hill. Demolish the building and build a 1,270 square foot community room with the lifeguard office, etc. Add pickleball to the tennis courts. That estimate is 3.6. And this one's my favorite one. You can see the pool now, instead of stopping right here, it continues around up here, and this is all one of those tanning shelves with canopies over it. Here'd be the patio again. Here's your bigger community room, and then the lifeguard office and mechanical room. Here's the shade canopies, rock climbing wall, and the slide. And this just shows you what the building would look like. Here's the concept for the meeting room, and here would be the concessions. This would be the restrooms, the mechanical room, and storage. Design C is keep the existing pool, demolish the baby pool and sidewalks, demolish the old building, build new restrooms and all that, but no meeting room. Add a water slide, rock climbing wall, spray ground, the amenities, and then add a pavilion on the hill instead of just a patio so that you could hold the pool parties there. That estimated cost is $2.6 million. And so here's your standard pool, the spray ground. Here would be the pavilion up on the hill. This is an ADA pathway to get up to that pavilion. And here's your very small building. And so this is what the building would look like. The restrooms here, the concession lifeguard here, and then the storage and mechanical room. And this is just a concept of what the front facade would look like. By the way, we did have the engineer look at the foundation of the existing building, and unfortunately the building can't be saved. The foundation is in really bad shape.
You mean the community room building?
The whole building.
The whole building. Okay.
Here's what your water slide would look like. This is what the rock climbing wall looks like. It's in pool. And that's all I have.
Okay. All right. I guess we'll open it up for questions first to the council members. Thank you, Melinda, for your, Miss Dr. Caldera wants to speak first. Let me first thank Melinda and your staff and your team for bringing us the three options. I really appreciate it. I have a lot of input, but I'll let Dr. Caldera go first.
So I don't want to stop the discussion this evening because we definitely want your feedback. We included all the detailed listing of the pool, all the details, so that way you could pick and pull what you wanted. If you just wanted to do the pool, you could essentially just pull that piece out of one of the designs if that's something y'all wanted to do. I am going to bring back at the second meeting in May a prioritization list. You do have some large capital expenditures that need to be addressed at some point, including the Public Works building, ADA accessible bathrooms in the park, and so you do have some infrastructure needs that do need to be addressed, including your pool. And so I do want to have a session where you prioritize those and we discuss some funding options, whether it's a bond, a certificate of obligation, whether it's something you just put off and you pay over time. But we do need to have that discussion. So this can be incorporated in that discussion, but I do want to hear your feedback on these pool concepts because it does need to be addressed. We're not going to, next summer, we're down to one pool this summer. Next summer, you're going to be down to no pool. It's becoming a safety issue. So it does need to be addressed.
Okay. Thank you for that input. Do appreciate that. Well, I guess what I wrote down was keep it simple. I mean, yeah, these are elaborate and very expensive plans, but I mean, do we really need a rock climbing wall in the pool, that kind of thing? I mean, it's expensive, and the splash pad is $700,000. I'm like, what? I don't know. And of course, then I said, is there a lap lane? I mean, because I'm a lap swimmer, so I didn't see that. But, and then a water slide versus a diving board? I mean, these kids love the diving board.
It's safer.
It's safer? Okay.
Here's your lap.
Okay.
Sorry. Here's your lap lanes right there.
Okay, it's still in the same place. Okay, I didn't see the little lap lane. So, okay, thank you. And we can't redo the baby pool at all?
The baby pool is not a safe place for a baby to be. It's, number one, too deep for babies. And everybody's recommending get rid of them, period. They have to be filtered and pumped like the other, can't be, we have to paint them every single year. They are outdated. They're just not recommended to put in.
Okay. And the buildings that you're showing us for the community room and the lifeguard and mechanical, are those prefab buildings?
You could do either prefab or on-site built.
Okay, so what's the cost estimate that you gave us? I
For
couldn't tell.
I think these are, well, I think Mr. Hurd is here from Terra Design. He may be the one to be able to answer that question for you. The ones I had priced 2 years ago were the drop-in kind.
Yeah, okay, I was just curious about that. Water slide versus diving board. Let's see. The chairlift, that was the other thing that kind of drew my attention. I don't know what the chairlift is, 25,000 or I think it's 12,000, I think. Anyway, we have one chairlift at Forest Oaks, and you're recommending 2, and I guess I wanted to know how much is that used, because I swim every week at the Forest Oaks pool, and I've never seen anybody use it. I know we need it, and yes, because people, need help getting in the pool. I'm not opposed to that. I was just wondering why we went from 1 to 2. I'm just looking at it as a cost thing, just trying to see
You
how
could
we can.
certainly take that down to 1. What I had hoped we could do would be to make it 0 entry so that it would be ADA accessible and we wouldn't have to have the chair at all. But unfortunately, that's not possible with the site and the designs. And so we do need 1 chair.
Okay, so the beachfront access
Do it.
doesn't do it. Okay, that's what I thought maybe it had. Okay. All right, so those are just my initial thoughts. I wanted to open up to my colleagues. Mr. Campos.
Linda, thank you for the presentation and getting this together, and thank the designer for these 3 concepts. One of the questions I had is, having an indoor meeting room, is that really necessary? Because the people are wet, and with bringing in their dampness and that coming out of the pool, any chance of mildew. So I'm leaning toward, I like the concept C myself. I don't know about the rock wall myself either, but that's kind of where I'm headed. I like that concept C.
I don't think a meeting room is necessary. I mean, it's used for pool parties now, but during the wintertime, it's just shut down. And so we're heating and cooling a space we don't really need to heat and cool because we don't offer it for rent any other time. And we don't have the staff to rent it out at any other time either. So I think the patio on the hill, not a patio, but a pavilion patio would be the answer to that.
And Concept C has that pavilion and no meeting room, correct? Yeah, okay. Anyone else? Mr. Orozco.
All right, thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Melinda. I try to go back when we discussed this before, and I remember expressing a desire to have a slide, a splash pad, a pickleball court. I think maybe Mr. Martinez did. I take it back. A climbing wall. $2 million is kind of steep. And I thought that we were just going to do some improvements, maybe the party room, maybe the place where they can barbecue, and maybe have a resurface the pool, or what's the terminology?
Replaster it.
Replaster. And then we're just going to do some basic improvements on it so we can have a decent pool for the summer. I mean, I wish we could afford all this. I love it as well, Concept C as well. But I don't think at this time, $2 million is really feasible for us to expend. I do want to do some improvements. I know we have to do some improvements. And if we can improve the party room where people can rent it out and have their birthday parties and stuff. But that's my concept. I just think it's a little bit too much.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Something clear, you can't just replaster anymore. The pool, if that's all you want to do, needs to be replaced.
He did say that this pool is salvageable.
Oh, it is salvageable?
Yeah.
Okay, great. All right, that's good. That's good news then. Okay, thank you. Mr. Martinez.
How much requests do we have for the meeting room?
I couldn't tell you that. I have to go back and look and see how many pool parties were actually reserved.
Because, I kind of like the idea of having a pool, a meeting room, because, even if it's something that's, 50 people, or less, even year-round, it'd be nice to have that amenity to offer to the people, maybe, even in the wintertime, they can have their parties there. It's a lot cheaper than renting the community center or, our conference center.
The problem with operating that community room in the wintertime is that it is directly adjacent to the pool, and I can't guarantee that I could keep someone out of the pool area, and we don't have lifeguards on duty during the winter. So that's why one of the concepts is to just get rid of the meeting room altogether, put a pavilion on the hill, and let them have their pool parties up there.
Now, that's just a matter of either locking a door or closing, make it where they can't get to the pool if they rent the meeting room. So that's an obstacle that can be overcome. But I've heard there's a lot of people that look for smaller event centers year-round. It could be another source of income for us.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Stevens.
Thank you for the presentation. So I don't have a strong opinion on A, B, or C. I would lean towards some of B and some of C. I agree with Mr. Campos that I don't think it's necessary to have a big indoor meeting area. I think it, I don't know the utilization of that, kind of like we just talked about, but I think it would be more beneficial to have more outdoor area, patio, that type of thing. I do see on B, which is the more expensive one, $1 million of it is for everything combined in terms of the buildings. It's the restrooms, lifeguard office, storage and pool equipment room, and meeting room. So I'm just curious how much, if you took off the meeting room and changed it into some type of outdoor structure, would that save $500,000 or, how would that look? The other thing, and this is actually what I have a stronger opinion about, and I think having a little splash pad might be okay here, but I think if we're going to spend $700,000 on a splash pad, which I do know they cost for the big elaborate ones, especially when you're government, I would rather see that in the middle of Remkes. And I strongly feel that way. I think that should be available to all citizens, regardless of you paying an entrance fee or not. Every other city around this area, from Pearsall to Pleasanton to City of San Antonio, all the splash pads are 100% open and available to the public. So I strongly feel that about the splash pads. Regarding the other building and infrastructure, I can see all sides kind of. I did want to clarify, so with the zero entrance pool that's in concept B, that is not ADA accessible?
No, sir, unfortunately.
Okay, so
I was really hoping for that, but there's just not enough room there.
So, how much more room when you take away the meeting room, do you have enough room to make it ADA accessible?
I'd have to go and find out, but it would give us this additional space here.
I would be curious about that. I hate the chair lifts. I think they look extremely ugly, and if we're spending a multi-million-dollar new facility, I would rather look thoroughly into trying to extend that out for whatever more feet it takes, aside from having a chairlift, just so it is ADA accessible. Regarding the funding, obviously that's a big concern. I think, who knows what will happen with interest rates, but I think so long as we, are looking forward and very cognizant in future city administrations and future councils and stuff, just the refinance needs to be on the top of the council's mind. Every year, that needs to be an evaluation of what can we refinance, what can we refinance, and then I think that'll kind of take care of itself. So that's where I come from.
Thank you. Okay, one final comment I have is this: I think we need citizen input on this, because it's impacting their bottom line as far as taxes. Whatever we choose, whether it be a bond or a certificate of obligation or whatever, and I'm not sure how we could do that. Maybe at the coffee or something, show the three, I don't know. Or I think you're going to come back with maybe, I don't know. So I just say citizen input, because again, it impacts the bottom line.
We could come up with a design D, that incorporates some of the comments that y'all have said today. Get rid of a meeting room, just use a pavilion, take out the rock climbing wall. I do suggest you leave the slide in place of the diving board because it is a safety concern.
But we-
And then just do the replaster the pool itself and not add the tanning bed or, stuff like that.
And then my question on the replastering, and maybe this is a question for you, if we replaster, how long will that last? Because I don't want to spend $250,000 on replastering and 2 years from now we've got to spend, I feel like we just replastered the pool not too long ago.
Not the Forest Oaks. We did the Leon Valley Community Pool and that lasted about 10 years.
So it's just a matter of what you're willing, cost-benefit analysis. If it's going to cost $500,000 to fix it, you might as well spend the other $500,000 to get it completely redone.
Well, the water slide is $76,000. I mean, I don't know. And are they? I mean, you cannot have. I know they're fun, but
The
anyway.
whole intent, at least in what I was thinking, is to make, because we're going down to one pool, make this pool fun. Make this pool the place that people want to be at, people want to go to, make it something really great for the citizens of Leon Valley. They've never had something that nice.
Okay. Well, I think it's a good discussion, and I look forward to hearing from the citizens on what they'd like to see there. Yes, Mr. Stevens.
So regarding the slide, I don't know who's driven out in past Alamo Ranch, Tally Road area, pretty much all the new developments out there. Like a lot of the nice new developments, they all have like these big elaborate slides and stuff. I think that is a way to pull in younger families.
Okay.
I'm the younger generation on this council. I would just, and I'm not going to be here in a month. And so I would recommend that if you truly want the opinion of everybody in the community, it cannot be on a Saturday morning when you're surveying them. Like you got to find another time. That's unfair to the, and we know from the census, like the under 19s make up almost 40% of the community. Under 19 years old, 40%. And so if you want that demographic represented when you make decisions, Saturday morning is not the time to have a meeting for that.
Yes, Mr.
I have a
Orozco,
question,
go
Dr.
ahead.
Moretz. Dr. Cardella indicated that she's going to give us a presentation of mandatories that we have to do. Now, if we go with some of these concepts, will that take care of some of the mandatories that we have to address?
So this is completely separate. I really want to give y'all the laundry list of things. We investigated a bond probably about 2 years ago, and the interest rates shot up, so it then became not a time to do that. But the interest rates are starting to come down or steadying out a little bit, and so I think it's time to at least have the conversation about having a bond or certificate of obligation. But you do have needs that need to be addressed, maybe even before the pool, right? So, but I want to make sure that y'all are fully aware. I've done my due diligence in telling you this is all your infrastructure needs that need to take place, and then y'all prioritize, the community prioritizes those needs, and what y'all are willing to go out for a bond for, what you're willing to go out, and invest in. And so, so that way the staff can either stop spending time trying to get concepts or trying to look into things. We can move on to whatever the council prioritizes.
Okay, and so if we do go with one of these concepts, will it make it ADA compliant?
Yes.
Thank you.
Have to.
Okay.
All right.
So what I'm hearing is we're going to kind of come up with an option D, and then I'll bring you a prioritization of infrastructure needs, and then we can go from there on how you want to solicit citizen input from that.
Okay. Very good. All right. Thank you. Thank you again, Melinda. Do appreciate that. Okay. Moving then now to presentation 3.2, presentation, discussion, and possible action on proposed capital plans, FY 2025. Just to clarify, this is within our budget for next year. It doesn't take a bond or a
This is
CFO.
just,
This is-
right,
yes,
so this
exactly.
doesn't address the pools, this doesn't address,
Right.
this is just what, and again, this is also still a wish list.
Mm-hmm.
I always present to the council, these are what your department directors are saying that they need. Some of these you'll see as repeats from last year. And so it's important to understand that after we start moving through the budget process, a lot of these items will be cut from this list. I already have ideas on where we're cutting, but I also don't want to keep anything from y'all. So if the department directors want to illustrate that they have these needs, I want y'all to be aware of them. And so as we're moving through the budget process, if the council sees something that they would like to see us put or keep in the capital, they can let me know. So this, again, we get started early on in the year and just discussing these items. And so we do a 10-year forecast so you can kind of see what's coming. We'll be only looking at this first column. IT is a fairly new capital or fairly new department in your scheme of budgets. It used to be incorporated under the manager council. We've pulled it out and kept IT on its own for last year and this year, and we're kind of evolving that budget just a little bit. And so what he's looking for is a new server for the fire department. We try to get a new server every year almost, and so they're one of the last ones. This year we got the library, and last year we got PD. So every year we try to replace. We have roughly about 7 servers. We have some switches that need to be replaced. They're 2020 switches from the library and the public works, and then we have some Meraki ports that need to be taken a look at, and those will be new concepts for this year. That's in your IT. Your police department is asking for 2 vehicles, 1 regular patrol vehicle and 1 detective vehicle. And this number does illustrate it with equipment, or the first one with equipment. Your fire department station technology needs to be upgraded. One of the things we found in the investigation of a fire that happened not too long ago is the equipment that was placed in the fire station was 1983 equipment. And it wasn't working properly. And so it was taken from your old fire station and just put into the new fire station, and nobody was none the wiser. So this whole time, myself, Melinda, everybody always thought that the equipment was replaced. Nobody climbed in the attic and went through the stuff until recently, when we were just taking a look and making sure everything was working the way it should be, realized that the equipment wasn't working the way that it should be working. And so we've corrected it. We've got most of it fixed, but we need to get all of it overhauled and done. So that's going to be about $95,000. The Ventahood, most of y'all have visited the fire station. The Ventahood that was placed in the fire department was a residential Ventahood. It's not a commercial Ventahood. It's causing some ceiling damage. The smoke isn't clearing out of the fire department. We're going to have a fire in the fire department. And so that was done in 2013, and so it really is probably time for us to get that taken care of. They're asking for covered parking for the equipment. We get hailstorms and the equipment's just out there. It was in the original plans, 2013 plans, to have carports put back there. They ran out of money. It wasn't put, and it gets put in the budget every year, and we don't see it as a number 1 priority, so it gets pushed off. So that's a conversation we need to have later on. And then they need 1 new command vehicle. Melinda's asking for upgrade kennels. I know animals are a hot topic right now. We had been having this conversation. It would allow us to put ACs in at least one of the covered kennels, so it would have controlled AC and heat. Parks, Melinda always requests the fun merry-go-round, the ADA accessible merry-go-round. I think she's asked for a new merry-go-round for the last 3 or 4 years. Basketball court shade structures, the Leon Valley Ranches park equipment, hike and bike segment 2, the silo shade structures, adaptive use for Leon Valley Pool. We had a person that reuses material. Melinda can probably explain this a little bit better than me, but reuses material and makes skate parks. And so they gave their presentation to the Park Commission. So the Park Commission is requesting that if we close the community pool, that we change it into like a skate bowl, right, Melinda? With reuse material. And so it's 220. I'm putting it in there because the Park Commission recommended it, and so we can continue to have that conversation as we move through the budget process. And then a mower shredder. So the total, of course, for your general fund would be about $3.2 million if you purchased all your capital. Again, we'll be making some cuts as we move through this process, and I'll hear from y'all and what y'all see as some needs or some things that maybe we can hold off in purchasing. But this opens the conversation. As we move to the enterprise fund, citywide water main replacement, we have $500,000 there. Water rights, $140,000, and then some replaced water mains, $500,000. Here is your traffic safety fund, is 1 more police vehicle. This should get you done with all your police vehicles. We bought 5 this year, if you buy 3, we're just trying to spread them out. What happened was we bought all the vehicles of the same year, 1 year, and so they're all going out at the same time. The conference center restrooms, they need to be redone. They're about $160,000. And that concludes the capital presentation. So if there's anything in there, any feedback right now, we can kind of get having that conversation start.
What's the criteria for replacing those vehicles? Is it mileage on each one of those
It's
vehicles? or-
mileage and then outages. So like if I have like an alternator or transmission or something go, it's not worth replacing that kind of vehicle. So then we need to be replaced. We also should have vehicles in the back burner as well. And we currently don't have that. So if we wreck a vehicle, they have to ride this with somebody. Like we don't have like extra vehicles, and you really should. And that happens. Officers get in accidents, unfortunately. You know, I still have an ambulance sitting at Miracle Body and Paint. So,
Right.
and sometimes it takes a while to get those vehicles back. We don't have a whole lot of extra vehicles, and we really should have some vehicles.
So what is that mileage limit?
Normally about 100,000, Chief. Where are you at? You back there?
That's
David,
for, that's for
David,
fire.
100,000? 100,000.
Okay, thank you.
Roughly.
I appreciate that. Any other questions? Yes, Mr. Campos.
So thank you for the presentation. So I'm a little confused regarding the police department vehicles. Why are they separated from the traffic safety vehicles?
Different funding.
Well, I know why they're using different funds, but why?
So your detective vehicles don't have anything to do with traffic safety. You can't buy capital or use red light camera funds to fund the detective vehicles. We've already kind of gotten an opinion from the auditors. You can't buy all of your vehicles from red light camera, so we have to buy some from general fund monies. And so last year we bought 3 vehicles, I think, from traffic safety because they were actual patrol vehicles. I will tell you the one item I am recommend cutting is the top one. So the department directors will ask for everything under the sun, and they know that I'm going to come and probably cut one out of the mix. So the one you're probably going to end up replacing here is your detective vehicle, and then one in your traffic safety. Some of the other recommended items that'll probably be looking.
Well, I hadn't finished my
Oh,
question.
sorry,
Okay.
but that's why.
So in these 2 vehicles that are in the police,
Sure.
is it possible to use the police forfeiture federal funds?
Yes, you can use police forfeiture funds.
This isn't just really from our general fund. It's through this whole list of funds if they meet the criteria.
Correct.
So I just want to give the people in the audience an idea that this isn't coming from necessarily their tax dollars that they're collecting on your property taxes, but there are some other funds that we have monies available.
Yes.
And then I noticed in the park, you know, it's got the big hike and bike trail with that 2.2, but isn't that part of a grant?
We'll get
So-
most of that back.
Right.
Right. And so
Okay.
as we start moving through these in-depth discussions, I always give y'all this very broad capital in April to kind of show you everything that's going in. A lot of things will be moved around. We'll be utilizing PEG funds this year, so you're not seeing that yet. There will be a capital expense that will be added to this capital list that we'll be using PEG funds from. Anything that can be purchased out of red light camera or traffic safety, we normally use like Jaws of Life, traffic arrows, traffic signage. We normally will pull from red light cameras. So yes, it's not ad valorem tax or citizen taxes. We do utilize other funds.
It probably would be helpful for all of us, at least for me, at least. I'm just going to speak for me.
Sure.
As to all these different funds that we have, and this is in our investment report,
Sure.
just so that the audience knows what I'm referencing, that we have a definition of how you can use these funds.
Okay.
Because last year we did pool a lot of money from these funds that we did
Right.
use to fund our capital for last year. And you came up with that idea, and I want to commend you for that. I just want to continue that.
Yeah,
so that
absolutely.
we all know.
Yeah. So the capital portion, though, is from your reserve funds. We don't
Right.
take this from your anticipated ad valorem tax for the upcoming year. This is completely pulled from what you have sitting in reserve. And so, again, some of the items as we move through this process will be unfortunately eliminated, as we're going through this process. And after having the conversations with y'all in regards to prioritizing some infrastructure needs, we'll probably change this list as well. But absolutely, we can definitely get you all the funds and how those funds can be utilized.
And then some of the IT expenditures, are they tied with any way from the court funds?
So on this particular set, no. Last year we used court technology for a few items. The ones that are in capital this year, no. Now there is a portion in IT that I do think I can take a percentage from traffic safety, but I'm waiting on a response from that.
Okay.
Not all of it. I mean, it's one of the smaller amounts. It's right here. This one, the 6,500 that says police. I think a
Oh, I see. You
I
could
think a
take that from-
portion of that could come from your religion. But again, it's just this is what I call the baby draft capital. This is, hey guys, we're staff, we're working on this. We'll be bringing this on an ongoing basis, and the conversations have started with the budget.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Did I see a hand over here? Yes, Mr. Stevens, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm curious about mostly the park related things.
Sure.
Basketball court shade structure and also another shade, for Silo Park shade structure. Are those going to be routine replacements? For example, we know that the shade structures in the children's play area had to be replaced recently.
No, sir, we don't have any shade structures there. And so these were, every year I go to the Park Commission and I say, okay, what kind of capital do y'all want me to include in the budget this year? And these were their recommended items. We have shade structures at Raymond Rimkus Park,
Right.
and people love them. It was the most requested item
Right,
ever.
right. What I'm getting at is how much is the replacement cost and how often will it need to be replaced?
I think they have a 15 to 20-year lifespan.
Okay.
Okay.
Good.
So why do we have to replace the playground one so recently?
These are different parks. We didn't replace a playground one at Raymond Rimkus.
It was an addition.
Oh, it was all
We
new.
didn't- it was all
Okay.
new. We didn't have
Okay.
any-
Cool. Sorry, I was wrong. Sorry. I have concerns about the reuse thing with the pool. I don't know if that would be the priority of the citizens. I guess that's something that can poll on versus, and even the Leon Valley Ranches. I know we had this discussion last time, like what will be the utilization of these, 12 houses in terms of $100,000 worth of playground equipment? Could that $100,000 be used for something else like a dog park? So, which we know that citizens have requested in overwhelming amounts on previous surveys. So, just stuff to think about. That's kind of where I'm at.
Okay. All righty. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Mention one.
Yes, you may. Go ahead. And then Mr. Orozco.
The Park Commission will be holding their next Park Commission meeting, which is April the 11th, I believe, at the Leon Valley Ranches Park. And we did send out an invitation to the 26 homes that are down there. And so
Okay.
hopefully we get their input on just to reaffirm what they want. They did tell us what they wanted before, and so I want to reaffirm all that with them.
Okay.
Melinda?
Mr. Orozco, go ahead.
And thank you so much again. Going back to what Councilman Stevens, the Silo Park, okay, is that the one right behind the church, or?
Yes, sir.
So that's the one. So
DPS.
how often is it utilized? I often go by there.
A lot.
Does it really? Okay.
We put in, for all of the new parks, the little neighborhood parks, we put in Biba technology. And so parents can get on their phone, download the Biba app, and then it plays games with your kids. And so it'll tell your kid, you need to go run 5 times or jump on a certain thing, slide down 4 times. And then when the kid does it, they come back and the parent puts it into their phone, and then it gives them a little, yay, surprise. The Biba technology sends me reports every month on what the usage of the park is, what time of day it's being used, what season of the year it's being used, and how many people actually were active at that place. And so all of the neighborhood parks have that, and I'm going to put it on Raymond Rimkus Park too, which we already know gets used.
Yeah.
heavily.
And thank you. And the hiking bike trail, are we obligated already since we going in with San Antonio? Has funds have been obligated already for the trail?
We are still waiting on our advanced funding agreement from TxDOT because we did apply for and were approved the reimbursement grant. And so most of the money for the second segment will be paid for with TxDOT funding, but we are still waiting on the advanced funding agreement from them.
Okay, thank you.
And how do you spell that app that you're talking about?
BIBA, I believe.
BIBA.
B is in boy, I, B is in boy, A.
Okay, good. I didn't know that. So that's
If you
something
want,
I'm
I
going
can
to.
send y'all a couple of the
I'm
reports.
going to put
They're
it
real
in my
interesting.
newsletter or when I write for this Friday. Okay. The hike and bike trail, I just read that it is delayed for various reasons. It was in the manager's report, and it won't even start till June of 2025. So why is this still need to be
It's going
in
to be
this
the
budget?
summer of next year, and so that will be in next
Okay,
year's
so it
budget.
will be at next year's. Okay, very good.
TxDOT went through a lot of personnel changes this past year, and so
They're-
a lot of they're backed up on projects as well because they have a lot of funding that they put out. And so when they got the new person in and got him oriented, he was already projects behind, and so ours got pushed as a result.
Okay, and then also, I just wanted to clarify, everything on this capital, with the exception of the traffic safety, would come out of our general fund reserve, which is like our savings account, which I think we have 5.5 million in it right now. So if you took out 3.2, then y'all know what we have left. And I understand this is just the wish list, but just want
Liz.
our
I'm really, again, I know we can agree to disagree sometimes, but I really do want 6 months sitting in your savings, and we're sitting at about 5. I think 5 months and some change, and so I'd really like to get us at 6 months. And I'm saying y'all do need to spend. We do need to purchase capital items. We're slowly going to get there. I think we should hit that best practice. We'd be one of the only suburban cities to be in that good of a financial health. That I think is vitally important, because if you do decide to go out for a bond, all of that comes into play and is very important, so you get a good bond rating.
Well, we actually have more than that because we have $1 million in emergency. So when you add that to 5.5,
Yes,
it's
yes, you
6.5.
do.
So we have 6 months. Okay. Just 1 million a month. Okay. Very good. Anything else? Yes, Mr. Martinez.
Real quick for Melinda. I would like to see those BIBA reports. If you could send them to all of us, that'd be very interesting to find out the utilization of our parks.
Great. Okay.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you so much. All righty. Appreciate it. Let's move on then to 3.3. Presentation and discussion on VIA Metropolitan Transit Service update. And we have Tom Marks, the VIA Chief Government and External Affairs Officer, here to present. Thank you, Tom, for being here. And then also we have on regular agenda item 4.1, after his presentation, we'll take up another ordinance for VIA. So thank you and good evening and welcome. So glad to see you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. It's a pleasure.
That-
I'm not going to take up too much of your time, but I've also never been accused of being too quiet, so I'm going to step back from the microphone so I don't deafen y'all. It was about a year ago we were here the last time, so Mr. Campos, welcome. You were not on the council at that time, but we're glad to have you here. We are, and Councilman Stevens, we're finishing up our audit of last year's financials, and so I can get those over to you as soon as they're done. But again, we made a commitment to y'all that we want to come out annually and just present both our service report and our finances to you. It is going to come with an ask, but that was added later. We again want to, you're a great partner, one of the founding cities back in the 1970s, and so y'all deserve extra special attention. So we want to provide that to you. We're just going to quickly run through, like I said, our service benefits, ridership in Leon Valley, the service cost and value that you receive from VIA, and then that financial investment that we both make into the service that we provide. And then the quick ask is actually on the telecom tax. Just some really quick transit benefit. I'm not going to read this. I'm going to provide you some extra information because, I was told many years ago, you don't just read directly from a PowerPoint. So obviously, transit connects people to job opportunities. Over 51% of our riders within the entire service area are on their way to a job opportunity. So we're very, very glad. We're increasing 19%. Every year since COVID, and so we're quickly coming up to 30 million rides a year, and at 51% of those people go into a job opportunity, where obviously we're moving people around as quickly as we can so that, all our economy is strong. We offer independence for people, for senior citizens and the disabled, and you're going to see in further slides that your area is well above par when it comes to use of our paratransit system, which is just specifically for the seniors and the disabled. Obviously your proximity to the medical center is a huge benefit to that, and we're happy to provide that service and be partners with you. Transit helps drive the local economy. The American Public Transportation Association has an economic study that provides a model that for every dollar that's invested in public transit, it provides $3.5 back to the local GDP. And so we're, like I said, with those folks who are going to work every day, we're just helping to keep that economic engine running in San Antonio. It's better for the environment since we have converted all of our service vehicles are compressed natural gas. We don't run on diesel buses anymore. So we've actually, anybody who's involved with the ACOG, the Alamo Area Council of Governments, we've actually removed 97% of the noxious fumes that would have been put into the air by staying on diesel buses. We've removed that from our local environment. And then again, we just provide, affordable, accessible mobility options. And so, real quick, the next slide, slide 4, is just your.
Oh, here, let me see.
Is your bus service snapshot. This is the routed service. These are those 40-foot buses. And so, currently we have over 220,000 boardings within Leon Valley right now. These are the routes that we have from 88 to 609. 105 stops, and 44 of them are sheltered stops. 86% of all our boardings in our service area happen at a sheltered stop. And to get a sheltered stop, we require 8 boardings or more per day. So obviously, with almost half of your stops sheltered, we have this is a transit-rich environment, and that's why we're lucky to have y'all as partners.
Excuse me, Tom.
Yes.
I just see the 60-minute wait times. Do you have any
Yeah.
goals
So,
to reduce that? Because I think that's one of the key reasons people don't ride the bus, because it takes so long.
right. Since COVID, some of our routes have gone up in frequency to that 60-minute time frame. Our goal, especially with the 2020 ballot measure, the Keep San Antonio Moving plan, we're actually doing an evaluation of all of our different routes, our 77 routes right now, seeing where we can find time savings.
Yeah.
Our goal is in the next 5 years that every single route will be 30 minutes or less, pushing more towards the 15 to 20 minutes. We've in multiple ridership studies, the number one thing that people talk about is frequency of pickup. And what we find is obviously as frequency gets better, people are more likely to exactly do what you said, to ride our service. And so that's our goal. We do have a driver shortage right now, which is part of our issue. So for the next 2 years, our number one priority is recruitment of drivers. And it's just, unfortunately, during the pandemic, we were unable to train. The state of Texas stopped us from being able to give commercial driver's license, CDLs. So if anybody here knows anybody, has a child that's sleeping on their couch and they want them to get employed, we have a $4,000 signing bonus.
$4,000?
We will pay you to train. We will give you the commercial driver's license for free. Your first year as a driver, you can make upwards of $50,000 per year. And after 1 year with VIA, we will pay for your higher education, and it doesn't have to benefit VIA. So we think that's a pretty attractive offer. I think the hourly rate for drivers is $22, $23 per hour. And we're actually in negotiations right now with our association. So that could change later this year with our budget. So.
Thank you.
But that no one should leave the employment of Leon Valley to come.
Saw me making those double eyes.
So,
There you go. Right.
Obviously, Via Trans, like I said, is a huge service out in Leon Valley. I mean, yes, you have 159 active Via Trans clients here, but that's not stopping folks from outside Leon Valley coming here to use different services and then going back home. And the Via Trans service, for new member of council, that's our paratransit service. So it's you go online or make a phone call, you schedule your pickup. It's a curb-to-curb service, so they pick you up at your house, they take you where you need to go, and then you pre-schedule your pickup time from where you're at, and they take you back home. So it's very, very helpful. All it takes is the doctor's note in order to qualify for that service. And so that is a scatter plot right there of trip origins and destinations. As you can tell, it's very, very heavy because of that medical center, and then we've also listed some of the popular trip destinations, and obviously dialysis centers and medical facilities are number one on that list. But there are a large number of grocery store shopping centers that obviously help pay into sales tax that are big destination sites within Leon Valley. And then we just broke out the trips to and from, so that you can see, a lot of the trips from Leon Valley are those who are active members, but they also include people who are leaving after they've gotten a service. And then the trips to are most likely destinations that originate outside of Leon Valley and then come back here. So that's why the trips to is a lot sort of stronger and brighter than some of the trips from. It's just again, we to give you sort of a breakdown. One of the other small municipalities that I met with recently, they only had about 6,000 boardings per year, and they only had 94 trips in paratransit service. But we're close to 40,000 paratransit trips in Leon Valley, and so it's a great strong area. Just to quickly break down this is a great financial report. Obviously, the top is that first line is what you contribute to VIA as sales tax as one of our partner cities. And then, we get revenue from our $1.30 line, the regular routed service, and then the $2.30 passenger fare. Even though our routed service is $1.30 and the VIA Trans is $2.30, we do have a lot of discounts both for seniors, military, disabled, for nonprofit groups and everything. So the average cost of our fare is actually 55 cents, not the $1.30, and it's about $1.50 for the VIA Trans service. So, that's the benefit of being a sales tax funded entity, is that we can give those discounts to our riders on a regular basis. And so it ends up saving them money in the long run. Obviously, then our expenses, in order to provide the services for our routed service and VIA Trans, it costs a little bit more. And so we do have that word subsidy in there. We take all of our sales tax money, pool it together in our general fund, and then we just pay for the services that we need. Of course, one of the number one thing we hate in our service is donuts, where service has left, and then we're left scrambling on Hollow Park is a perfect example. They left many years ago, and so to get from 281 to Blanco and that 1604 in that area, we have a donut hole where we can't provide service. So we would gladly double the subsidy to Leon Valley in order to keep you as partner city, and so. That's why we were glad to come to the Earth Day event. We're already committed for 4th of July, another sponsorship there. So anything y'all need, please just ask.
We will. Thank you.
We did want to just update y'all on how transit is funded in the state of Texas. So in 1973, the legislature gave local entities the authority to create municipal transit agencies, and so we are the local MTA for the local area. In 1977, there was a countywide vote, and they opted for, instead of the entire cent that the legislature put forward, to just go a half cent for the MTA. So if you take that little sort of barrel-looking thing on the left-hand side, 6.25% of sales tax goes to the state of Texas, 1% goes to cities, and then the other is where that half cent for transit agencies is. So we've taken that other portion and broken it down into the penny on the right-hand side. And so we only get from Leon Valley that half cent. There is still that other half cent that's open. obviously, in this diagram, the city of San Antonio has opted for many programs with that other half cent, including, so y'all don't pay the pre-K for SA tax or the advanced rapid, transit district tax or any of those things. You only give us the that half cent. And so that's where on the previous slide the revenue is from that based on sales tax.
But I just wanted to note, are we the only major metropolitan city in the state of Texas to only fund our MTA a half a penny? Everybody else funds it a full penny, right?
Yeah, Cap Metro and the Dallas DART and Houston Metro in the late 70s, they all went for the full penny.
Right.
Now, the Advanced Transportation District, we are beneficiaries of some of that money. Those quarter cents, though, are split up into eighths and sixteenths of a cent. So, for example, the one on the bottom of that penny, the ATD via, that eighth cent is that quarter cent goes to us. The other two eighth cents are one goes automatically to the city of San Antonio. We don't touch that money, and then the other one, the ATD leverage, goes to Bexar County, and they hold that money. Although that doesn't stop Leon Valley as being in the county of potentially looking to that fund if you qualified for it with a qualifying project.
All right, very good. All right, great, thank you.
And the last slide I think was more of the item 4.
Yes.
But so when the voters voted in 1977, they in Bexar County they created the sales tax and sales tax collection for the MTAs. In the early 80s. The telecom companies, and only the telecom companies, went to the legislature and sought an exemption from sales tax or an exemption from having to collect sales tax for certain entities that included small municipalities, even large municipalities, and metropolitan transit authorities. I believe in 1987, Leon Valley removed that exemption from the telecom entities. So you've been collecting all of the sales tax only on, you've been collecting on everything that's sold, but when you remove that exemption, then you were receiving the benefit of the sales tax on telecom. We have not, we don't have that exemption removed, and so since the early 80s, they've made it harder and harder for MTAs to do it. So I have to pass a resolution with all 7 small founding cities, and then I can get the city of San Antonio, and then the telecom companies would have to collect sales tax on only that half cent. It doesn't impact the city of Leon Valley's portion of sales tax. It would only require that the telecom companies collect sales tax on the services they provide for that 1/2 cent of the other. To put it in better perspective, if you have a monthly telecom bill of $100, you're going to pay 8.25 cents on, or $8.25 on that $100 bill. This would add 50 cents per month to that, to that bill, since it's just the half cent.
Okay.
So right now you're actually paying for the MTA 7.75 cents. This would add that extra half cent to that. So
back to it. Okay.
Right.
Very good. All right. So that ends your presentation.
Yes.
So, and we'll talk about the telecom tax next. Is there any other questions or comments for Mr. Marks? Thank you so much for being here and appreciate the update. And Mr. Stevens, you're next.
Yeah, so I appreciate the presentation. I thought it was a good information to have. It's nice also to see the trends. Interesting how the usage is increasing. I think it's important for the citizens to realize also, like, the reason that we brought this a while back is because essentially the city of Leon Valley is foregoing over $1.6 million to pay for VIA. That the voters could elect and choose to not fund if, with a ballot measure and stuff. So we wanted to see the value of the service. Is it worth $1.6 million per year to our citizenry to have VIA and Via Trans as a partner through the city. And I think it's important also for Via, we can be wowed by the presentation, but also, just like you said, the Donut City, y'all need us just as much as we need you.
Absolutely.
If not more so, just because, a lot of the transports that are even reflected on these statements are San Antonio residents that have maybe come into HEB and then they're leaving across the street from HEB at a Via stop, that sort of thing. So my question that I have for you, and I know you probably live, breathe public transportation in Texas, but so I did the math, and on average it costs Via for bus boardings, not for trans, but for bus boardings, $7.55 per boarding. Mm-hmm. How does that compare to the rest of the state and the rest of the nation in terms of public transportation by bus?
Well, I can send you the details for the state of Texas because all public transportation is funded the same way through the sales tax. There are different issues when it comes to other public transit around the country. For example, Los Angeles and the city of New York City, their bulk is fare-based. So they're not collecting sales tax on it. So that's why they're a lot more strident and stringent about cost cutting or decreased fares, and also we've all seen Law and Order where they busted people at the subway turnstiles. So we differ slightly on how we could increase our fare. So all included in that number is the cost of the driver, the maintenance of the vehicle. But because roughly 90% of our total revenue comes from sales tax, we're able to your point, pay that slightly over $7 for each trip within Leon Valley, because such a large portion of our funding comes through sales tax, and it's roughly similar in most of the other cities around Texas. Although we cover roughly the same square mileage of service as Houston Metro, with half the funding. So their sales tax is actually going to hit about $1 billion this year. We're just shy of $300 million on our sales tax collection.
Yeah. So how does that compare though to utilization? Because if you're doing costs do they transport 2 times as many people with twice the amount of revenue, or?
Well, in certain places, yes, they do. And so that's why I can get you the usage numbers from all the other ones with a cost breakdown per trip. I'm happy to share.
Cool.
That.
Yeah, I would love to see that, just because I'd like to see how Via compares in terms of, how fiscally wise the organization is compared to like organizations.
Right. Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. Oh, Mr. Campos, you had another comment or question. Go ahead.
So on slide 8, you're showing a deficit where you subsidize Leon Valley roughly $808,000. So I'm sure that Via, as an organization, isn't losing any money, right? Would you agree?
Like I said, we have 14 different partner cities, right, of all different sizes and magnitudes, from Kirby to Leon Valley to Chavano. Usage varies from city to city, and so you happen to be a very transit-rich city. The number of to have almost half your stops be sheltered. You're looking at more than 8 boardings per day at every one of those 44 stations, and that doesn't even include the paratransit of close to 40,000 trips per year. So it's that's where we say we take all the money that comes in from all the different cities, including the city of San Antonio. It all goes into our general fund, and then we just pay for our entire service area.
From the telecom ask,
Mm-hmm.
okay, who else, what other municipality, if I heard you correctly, you said the COSA wanted you to go to all the other municipalities and get their approval first before you can go to get their approval. So who is giving you their approval?
So I mean, I'm happy to tell you, we have to go to the 7 founding cities that don't include the city of San Antonio. So I've met with, besides Leon Valley and Balcones Heights, that have both, said, hey, we'll bring it forward on the council agenda. We also met with Chavano Park and Castle Hills, but also Almas Park, Terrell Hills, and Alamo Heights. So all 7 of those would have to pass it. Then we can take it to the city of San Antonio, and then all of the telecom companies would then have to collect it and hand it to the comptroller, who then sends it to us.
Okay, let me re-ask the question.
Okay, sorry.
So who has approved this? What municipalities? The founding members, who has already approved this telecom?
So you're the first one out the gate that we came to. I met individually with mayors and city managers and made this presentation. And then, they just said, hey, we're happy to bring it forward.
And do you have any idea of what the fiscal impact to different telecom users? You're saying for $100 it would be 50 cents a month? Is that what it would be?
Yeah, because they only get taxed on that half a cent.
And so what would happen if we approve it, but you have some of the other founding members that do not, and ultimately COSA does not? What happens?
Then nothing happens. That's the hurdle that the state has set for us. So if you approve it and say Chavano Park decides not to, then I can't take it to the city of San Antonio. And so not until I get all 7 of those cities, and then I can get the city of San Antonio, and then then we could notify the comptroller to start collection.
Okay. And the last comment I have, Mr. Marks, is I want to thank you for what your VIA has contributed Earthwise and for the future of 4th of July. So thank you for that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'll have to give Councilman Stevens, he did bring us out last year. I've been with VIA since November of 2022, so I'm coming up on a year and a half. One of my goals, I previously worked at the county and at the city of San Antonio. I've known Mayor Riley for quite some time. We do, as an entity, want better relationships with all of our partner cities. We don't want to take advantage, and we don't want to overlook anybody. And so we appreciated Mr. Stevens bringing us out to have this conversation, and we committed back then. You're going to see, as long as I'm with VIA, you're going to see my smiling face here at least once a year, if not more. I was happy to be able to come out for the Earth Day event. It was a blast. I had a great time. My wife loved the free trees, it was. I'm doing this with all 14 of our partner cities. We want to have a better relationship with all of them. So we really appreciate y'all.
Okay, great. Thank you. Very good. All right. So we appreciate you, Tom Marks, for that update from VIA, service update. And we will move then to the regular agenda. And it's 7:05. Now, 4.1. This will require 2 reads, so we will not have a vote tonight. But if the council is in consensus of this ordinance, then we can always move it to the consent agenda for the next meeting. Agenda 4.1, presentation and discussion on an ordinance approving VIA's decision to repeal the application of the exemption of taxes on sales within VIA's entity area of telecommunications services and approves VIA's decision to impose such a tax on telecommunications services. And is there anything you wanted to add, Tom? Okay.
You just have to read it out loud, and if it's council's discretion, we'll add it to the consent for the next.
Okay. So, yes, is there any questions then on this and how it's going to work? We're the first city, as Mr. Marks said. Yes, Mr. Stevens.
I don't know. I haven't thoroughly thought about all of the businesses in our city that have a large telecommunications bill per se, like monthly. And so I don't know if there's anything y'all can think of, but I'd like to critically think and make sure that there's no single business that will be more significantly impacted by, such as like a call center. And I don't even know how telecommunications bills work for call centers, but if I just want to make sure there's not an organization that's going to be or disproportionately like detrimentally affected by passage of this before we pass it. So I don't know that's probably like a deep question. I don't even know if we would know
I don't
until
know.
it's implemented.
I mean,
but-
that's kind of one of the things that, like, one of the reasons I'm not presenting this item. It's not something I'm bringing forth or a recommendation from staff. It was a request from VIA. It's y'all's discretion whether or not you want to move forward with it.
Yeah, well, I guess, do you know, have you thoroughly thought about like all of the businesses that this might have a larger, I mean, I know we say that like half a penny isn't much, but businesses often operate with like profit margins, of 1 to 3%. So you're taking another 0.5% of that. I'm curious, have you thought about like any industries or companies that this will big time impact that have a large telecommunications
And
bill?
if you could come to the podium, please. And this is just within the city of Leon Valley, correct?
Right.
So I don't know which big,
Yeah, I don't know.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't believe there's any call centers in here, but a lot of them have transitioned to a VoIP system, a voice over IP. So it's not an individual phone line for the call centers. They, as part of their business package with the telecom, they pay for internet usage, and all of the calls are done through the internet. So it's not a volume-based price that they pay for their internet usage. It's now more of a flat fee, which is why many of the call centers are more economical. The bulk of your businesses, like we said, are grocery stores, small shops, and then medical center facilities. So the bulk of those facilities are, they also have a business telecom program, either from AT&T or Spectrum, and they're using it for simple internet usage. Honestly, a business account with a lot of the telecom entities is actually cheaper than a residential one.
Do you know what and I think Mr. Campos asked this earlier, do you know the net fiscal impact? Like after this is passed, what will that increase VIA's revenue by annually?
If we get all 7 in this city
Yeah,
of
if you
San
get
Antonio?
all the stamp on from everybody. how
Our
much will the
finance
revenue-
department thinks it'll be about $11 million annually, but that's for all of the city of San Antonio and then the 14 partner cities. We just by state statute have to get the 7 founding cities to agree to it first, because we refer to this more as an administrative act, because the vote was taken in 1977 to impose the tax. It was then when the telecom agencies got only an exemption for themselves and no one else.
Okay. Mr. Martinez had his hand up next, and then Mr. Campos.
If I'm correct, this will impact most everybody's cell phone bill. And if you look at your cell phone bill, there's there's some companies that add a lot of useless charges. Sure, there's some taxes, but then they have administration fee, recovery fee, this fee. I blew my nose, so you have a tissue fee. So there's a lot of extra fees on your cell phone bill if you really analyze it, and that's where this is going to come in. That was my main comment. Just you look at your cell phone bill, and that's the biggest user that's going to impact.
Okay.
You're correct, and obviously I'm an advocate for VIA, so that's why we do like to remind everybody that in 1977, all the voters in Bexar County opted for this to pay sales tax to fund the MTA. It was then subsequently when the telecoms worked to opt themselves out. So we're just, we would just like the full percentage on all the sales. So.
Okay. Very good. Mr. Campos.
Mr. Marks, again, very much thank you to coming before us. VIA does a great job throughout the city of San Antonio. For me, I don't want to be the first organization. I'd like to hear discussion throughout the community to see where this is going. But for me, I'm not in favor of this.
Okay, so when you say, you mean you want to hear from the other 7 cities or 6
Right,
cities
I'd like to hear
first?
discussion. That way we can see. We can't wrap at least I cannot wrap my hands around what the fiscal impact is to everyone sitting in the audience, where they may have several cell phones in their household. What is that going to do to them? And that's what I'm concerned about, businesses as well. So I'd like to hear what more conversation within our entire city community before we're the first. I don't mind if coming back and revisiting this, and I would be in favor if we find that, you know what, it's not, no one has any major objections or has seen some hurdles that we haven't seen, but I just don't want to be the first. So that's
So
my
three of the cities, Almus Park, Terrell Hills, and Chavano Park, they really appreciated meeting with me because they had not exempted the telecom companies yet. So because of the ask I went to, when I went and asked them, I let them know that they were also not receiving this portion of the sales tax. So when they pass it for us, they're also going to pass it for themselves too and begin collecting it. Alamo Heights only found out about it in 2019, and so they passed a resolution to also get this. So when I met with Mayor Rosenthal from Alamo Heights, he said, absolutely, it's been great for us, so we're going to do it for you. So I do have a majority of the small municipalities that are already ready to do it, and we met with the city of San Antonio, and they've already confirmed that as soon as the 7 do it, they're going to put it on their agenda and pass it. Now, I'm happy to put you in contact with any of those folks, Mayor Warner from Chavano Park, or, so that if you want to talk to them.
all those municipalities are very affluent
Sure.
people.
Mhm.
Okay, I don't know if we have the same demographics or as the communities you described.
Right.
And that's my concern. Okay, again, I really thank you for via service.
Absolutely.
Is it conceivable, though, Tom, that maybe between this meeting and the next meeting that you bring us that data that you're asking for as far as the financial impact? Because I'm just remember we went a couple of weeks ago to the 911 dispatch center out at 1604, and that whole facility is funded by a little cell phone charge on I think it's 50 cents a month or something. And again, the entire Bexar County benefits from that. So I don't, again, you're not getting the 8.25%, you're only getting 7.25. So you'd like to get that.
Well, no, we're just asking for the half a cent.
The half a cent.
6.25 cents goes to the state. 1 cent goes to the city of Leon Valley.
The other
just
half
asking,
then.
Yeah. So
Gotcha.
everything else from HEB, everywhere else, it's already being collected and given to us. It's only on the telecom industry that it would build that up for us.
Yeah, I mean, I've been a strong advocate for VIA for many, many years, and I know y'all have really done a great job working with just a half cent in comparison to all the other communities or the cities in the state of Texas that have a full penny. And you've done wonders and gotten a tremendous amount of grants just this last year to fund some new innovative advanced transportation district lines on San Pedro and Commerce. So anyway, I'm in support of this, and I'd hate to delay it, but I understand your concerns. Yes, Mr.
Thank you, Mayor. Mark, thank you so much.
Orozco.
I'm for it. I'm okay with it. I go to work way before the sun comes up, and I see people from Leon Valley at the bus stops, either getting to work or going to go visit somebody, a family member. I know that Mr. Stevens says you need us as much as we need you. I think we need you more than you probably need us. You'll still survive without us, but I cannot even if it's just one person from Leon Valley that needs a ride to work to make ends meet to go there, I'm all for that. So this is where I stand with that.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Yes, Mr. Martinez.
I agree with Councilor Rusco. I support this, and I would like to, we can't make a motion on this, but I'd like to
First
recommend that we put this on the consent agenda for our next meeting.
We have to have a second.
No,
No.
what I'm just gonna do is I'll just add it to the next agenda, and then y'all can hash out whether y'all want to take a vote on it or not.
Then I'll second, then we can go ahead and then pull it from the second agenda.
Okay, all
from
right.
the
So we'll move
consent.
that. What that means, Tom, is we'll put it in the consent agenda, and at the next meeting, if one of the council members wants to pull it, to discuss it, and have a more formal vote, we will do that at that time.
And
Okay.
look, y'all are helping me. I'm going to work to provide the what the total.
I know you will.
You know, sales tax income on
Right.
telecom from Leon Valley, and get that to you the next couple days.
Really appreciate that. Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Stevens.
And if I hear Mr. Campos correctly, I think what we would like to see is, and I think you could take that larger $11 million number, how much more per month is you know, Sally Joe going to be paying on her Verizon bill? That's what we'd like to see, I think, before, you know, when we take the vote. Is that right?
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, again, I don't know what their average bill is. It's where, you know, the math is very easy on, currently telecom is only paying the 7.75%, not the full, you know, 8.25, since in the 80s, y'all opted to remove their exemption for the city of Leon Valley. So, you know, a $100 bill is going to add 50 cents a month.
Okay.
I mean, I'll talk to our finance folks.
If you have some more information, I think that's what
Sure,
these
absolutely.
two council members are asking for.
Absolutely.
All righty.
Right.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. All righty. All right. Thank you. We'll go down to 4.2, regular agenda. Presentation, we do have a public hearing and discussion to consider approval of an ordinance rezoning approximately 27 acres of land from R1 single-family dwelling to a planned development district with R6 Garden Home Base Zone District being Lot 1, Block 1, CB 4430C, Good Samaritan Lodge Nursing Home, Incorporated Subdivision, Parcel 1, Abstract 399, CB 4429, and Parcel 11, Abstract 432, CB 4430, unplanted, located at 6518 Samaritan Drive, Leon Valley, Texas. And it says the first read was held on 3/19/2024, but because we did an expanded notification last meeting, and we hope we got more people notified of this, then this is actually our first read for the expanded notification. So there will not be a vote tonight. The vote will take place on April 16th at that city council meeting. Dr. Caldera, would you like to add anything to that?
No, so the formal vote will actually take place on April 16th.
Right.
Nothing's changed in the PowerPoint presentation, so the information is still the same. Samir did bring up a USB drive. He wants to show y'all some sheet, but I don't know if you just want to open nothing's going to change as far as the request goes. So if you just want to open up the public hearing and so the citizens can come up and speak on the item, or if you want to hear from Samir on his sheet or whatever you would
Okay.
like.
I'd rather hear from the people.
Just go ahead and open up the public hearing. And I know we got quite a number of
So whatever Sandra has placed up at
Yeah.
your place is what you have for your citizens to be heard.
Okay. And I just got another letter in the mail, so I'll make sure that that's read.
So whatever you have
Okay.
that came through citizens to be heard can be read. Again, I know other letters were given to other people. They are not allowed to be read. They have to come through citizens to be heard unless that person wants to read that letter on that person's behalf, but they don't get their 3 minutes and that person's 3 minutes.
Okay. And I'm seeing some letters, like Ms. Barker, you're here, so I've got your letter, so would you
One
prefer
or
to
the
talk?
other.
Yeah, exactly. And also Ruth Fernandez, thank you, I've got your letter. And Shanta Hawkins, is she here? Okay, then we'll read that one. And Tom Benavides is here. I thought I saw Tom. Yes. But that was for Mr. Matthews. But Mr. Matthews actually mailed me a letter, so I'll read Mr. Matthews. How's that?
Also, because he's out of town, and forward it to citizens to be heard.
Yes.
Yes, and we'll include that. Okay, very good. Okay, so we have actually we just have two letters then to read. All right, very
The only other thing I would like to add is with the expanded notifications we sent out, we have not received anything back from the expanded notification.
Is that just because of the time frame?
I don't know. I'm not sure. It went out the very next day following the council meeting. We just haven't received anything back. So,
Weird.
but it's just from the Seneca West. I think most of the people are here or coming that would have been notified for that portion.
Okay, all right, very good. So we will read these letters, but let's go ahead and open up the public hearing at 7:23 on April the 2nd. And does anyone wish to address the council at this time, please come forward. You have up to 3 minutes to speak. Good evening, Ruth, and good to see you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Mary Ruth Fernandez, and I just have questions about the notices. I have like 3 questions for you all. I understand that you all sent the notices to the Seneca West individuals, and I wonder how our responses are going to affect our what difference they will make. If the law is that you can only take information from the people within 200 feet, is it just because you want to know what we think, or is there some way it's going to be used?
So, I mean, I can answer that question. Yes, the 20% can only be taken off the 200-foot radius. That was the topic of conversation. I think Councilor Bradshaw said, why are we doing the expanded notification when it doesn't really change anything? But I think the mayor and some of the council members wanted to address some of the citizen concerns that felt like they weren't given proper notification. So they did give an expanded notification to include Seneca West. And so it did kind of postpone this item one more meeting. And so the vote won't take place until the next meeting versus or it would have happened this evening.
Okay. Well, I do appreciate that the extension was made and that people were given the information. And it kind of perplexes me to find that you only got 2 letters back. Is that what you said?
The first go-around.
No, this go-around.
This go-around, I haven't seen
We have
anything in
not
our
gotten-
packet. Yeah.
So we haven't gotten
Yeah.
the letters up. So typically what ends up happening is when we send a notification, we get this kind of turnout. We don't normally get letters back. Y'all get the notification or y'all get informed and then y'all show up and start sending individual letters. So it's not unheard of that I don't get the checkbox and that's sent back in. If you haven't received the notification, I'm not sure. I did have Mindy turn over the list to me so I could make sure that Seneca West was notified. I do have the list of addresses, so if anybody would like to see them, more than happy to, give those out. But we did do the expanded notification. I'm seeing some people like shaking their head that they didn't get it. You're here, so you're informed.
I think I've heard that quite a bit, that it's unusual that we didn't get notification and yet we're here. But we're here because we're neighbors and we talk to each other, and that's why we got to know. It wasn't by the letter. So I just want to quit talking about that part of it because we do talk to each other.
Yeah,
Sure.
Another thing that I had a question about, so I understand that I talk to a lot of people in our neighborhood, and they are working, taking care of kids, transporting people, taking care of families. They're doing all these things kind of like their hair is on fire, and they don't really, they open up the letter and they see all that legalese, and their eyes roll back, and they're wondering, oh my gosh, what will I say to a member?
Right.
So if I could have a little time back, just because you answered questions.
It's up to the mayor.
Okay,
whether or not
I'll
she's
give
gonna
you 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Okay. And then, so that's what I think might be the reason that people haven't
Okay.
responded to those letters. And then a friend and I walked the people on Caraway Street, the ones that are right adjacent to the property, and we got of all those houses that were there, we got to talk to like 4 people. They said that that they got the next notice and that they were going to respond, but all of them were concerned about how do they say it? Do I really understand what's happening? What am I going to say about this? So I just want you to know that those are the kinds of things that people are facing, and some people are facing that have told me that.
All right, very good. And one other thing, you did present a signed opposition last time, and how is that going to impact or will it? I don't know, Dr.
Not as
Caldera.
of right now. So we've gotten all of them. It's up to the county. So y'all, the number of people opposing this item, y'all know. So I mean, all I'll do is give you a list of how many people oppose it. Whether it's 5 people or 100 people, it doesn't impact anything.
Okay,
I mean,
all right.
it's-
Just
in
thought
other
I'd
words,
ask,
yeah,
because I thought it might have had an impact. so-
Yeah,
Okay,
it does not.
okay.
And
very
we're
good.
hoping the people that signed the petitions and that talk to the neighbors and everything,
Okay.
that it will impress you and
Okay.
it'll make a
Thank you,
difference
Ruth.
in
Do
your vote.
appreciate it, and I'm glad I gave you a little bit more time. Okay, anyone else? Yes, come on out. There's somebody way in the back. Good evening and welcome. If you'll state your name and where you reside, please.
John White, I live on Mary Jamison Street. The 14th annual town hall meeting was held on January 27th. It was very well attended by citizens from all over Leon Valley. At the meeting, the developers Meritage Homes and the One Stop Group, owned by Mr. Shahade, made presentations about their plans for Grass Hill Estates and William Ransford properties. Both presentations assumed the city-owned property would be part of the development, and the presentation from Meritage Homes was preferred over the One Stop Group by 70% of the attendees. The One Stop Group development is a much larger, and slide 9 of their presentation proposes a new development called Seneca West Trio Properties. This new development is a 60-acre tract, which includes a 27-acre Samaritan property, which we are discussing tonight, plus the adjoining 11-acre Laubach tract, plus 21 acres owned by the city. Slide 28 of his presentation shows this 60-acre development would have 314 R6 lots. Slide 15 of the One Stop Group presentation even says the quiet part out loud. All 3 properties must be developed simultaneously using one master plan, and a higher density zoning, R6 or higher, is a must to ensure financial viability. Let's be honest, you're not just voting to rezone the Samaritan property from R1 to R6, but voting on the first step needing for One Stop Group to develop a 60-acre tract with 314 lots behind the current Seneca West subdivision. There are currently 144 homes in Seneca West. This development would increase our subdivision from 144 homes to 458 homes. That is a 220% increase. You have heard ad nauseum that the only way in and out of Seneca West is from Bandera Road. A 220% increase in traffic at Seneca and Bandera is not in the best interest of the citizens of Leon Valley. That is why 75% of the attendees of the town hall voted to leave the property alone. Think of how many more town hall meetings, planning and zoning meetings, city council meetings, and churn needed to get this entire 60-acre project approved. If you do approve this rezoning, then you are disregarding the concerns of TxDOT, the concerns of the fire department, the concerns of the Parks Commission as stated by Mr. Benavides, disapproval of the Planning and Zoning Commission, the disapproval of the residents of Seneca West, and the will of the citizens of Leon Valley. As Mr. Mata stated at the last council meeting, Leon Valley is not just 30 or 40 people. There are other neighborhoods affected by this as well. As a concerned citizen of Leon Valley, I'm asking that you deny this rezoning request.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. White. Perfect. 3 minutes. Gosh, I can't believe that. Good evening, Mr. Diaz. How are you?
I didn't practice like he did.
Did he? I was going to say he must have practiced because it was right on. Okay.
Abraham Diaz, 6014 Cameron Drive. Mayor, thank you for sticking up for the citizens of Seneca West. Thank you so much. You are correct. We are at the top of the tier. Councilman Stevens, thank you for your email. I read it today. Thank you so much. I was greatly appreciated. Thank you. And Councilman Campos, thank you for also supporting our citizens. I received a phone call, and I know we always get this phone call about if you want to sell your house. And I asked him, I said, why do you want to buy my house? And he said, personally, the line said, it's an investment property / landlords that are looking for houses in your area. What do you think is going to happen when they build back there? These investment companies are going to buy up what he's putting there. And we're going to have landlords in that back there. But not also that, but just like the gentleman said before, have you ever thought about the additional houses and the stress that it may put on our fire chief who's sitting back there? You know, he has 6 staff members right now in the firehouse. 6 to man 2 engines, 1 ladder, and 4 ambulances. Wow. Our fire chief does magic with those 6 people to be able to manage this. It's impossible. So think about the additional houses that are going to be built and the added stress to our police and fire. my wife did some research, and she found developers that not only develop acre lots, but they develop half-acre lots. And these half-acre lots, including the acre and home, are $650,000. Do you think anybody's going to rent a $650,000 home? No. You're going to have homeowners there. So I ask that you look at these developers. They're out there. They're in China Grove. They're in Tally Road. They're in Castroville, developing half-acre lots and placing over $600,000 homes on these things. That's what our citizens are asking for. Our citizens in that area are not saying we don't want no development. We would like to have a development. We would. But an R1 development, something that's going to complement the area that we have, to complement the lifestyle that we have there, the environmental friendliness that is there. That's what we're looking for. So I respectfully request that you deny the R6, that we take our time to develop that area properly as we're asking for. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. All right. Miss Hill, you're next. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Kathy Hill. You know me. I live on Mary Jamison Street. Once again, I'm here to just say briefly that I strongly urge you to deny the zoning request. The land is zoned R1. It's been zoned R1, and it should stay that way. Of course, builders are going to tell you that there's no market for R1 housing. But as Abraham just pointed out, that's not true. In fact, Texas Homes, I believe, are actually the builders that are doing the Trilogy project. So I went to their website, and I found, and I'm quoting from their website, final opportunities, nearly sold out neighborhood of 1-acre homes in beautiful Boerne, Texas. Also in Castroville, Legend Park is a newly developed residential community of Castroville featuring spacious home sites on 1 acre or more. This is quoting from their own website. So besides Texas Homes, we know that there are other folks that are out there. So there is a market. What we're talking about is what someone wants to make off of the land that we have in our community. And we only have a little bit left. So we're asking you to take a longer-term view. Don't just focus on the short-term gains. Think about unintended consequences that lead to results that you maybe don't want to face on down the road. In the meantime, we don't have good answers to the questions of traffic, public safety, and impact on our aging infrastructure, and all those stresses. And if we just went with R1, that would be so much less stress on those features. So think about a decision that cannot be undone. Think about the long-term best interests of our community. And remember that how you proceed is going to impact our community forever. It can't be undone. We're asking for your thoughtful consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. If you'll state your name and where you reside, please. Oh, you learned from last time. Move that lectern up.
Thank you. Travis Leach.
Hi, Travis.
In Seneca West.
That's right.
Just wanted to reiterate my opposition for this request for rezoning and just kind of bring back the reiterating the zoning committee recommendation to deny rezoning for this property. I was a member in the audience of that for that recommendation, so just wanted to bring that up again as a reference point for you, and just highlight that this request runs in opposition to both the Bandera Road Corridor Plan and the Leon Valley Community Vision, which both lay out a focus of minimizing traffic impact in this specific area of Bandera Road. So I would just ask if any councilors are choosing to vote in favor of this rezoning, just to address to the citizens why your decision, just address that at least in the conversation. In the last meeting, I did not hear any of that address, so I would appreciate hearing that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Leach. Do appreciate it. All right. Anyone else? Yes. Sharon Hendricks. Good evening and welcome.
Hello, good evening. I'm Sharon Hendricks, and my husband and I have lived at 6015 AIDS for 43 years. And, you know, I honestly didn't know what I was going to say to y'all. We've said it over and over and over, I know. But R1 homes are selling in our neighborhood. There was one just sold right off the corner of Seneca there. And I even noticed one in Monte Robles that looks like it's from Huebner. It looks like it's just finishing up construction there. So there are R1 homes being built. And at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, they said that density should be at the beginning of a subdivision, and that this subdivision now is going to be backwards. We're going to have low density at the front near Bandera Road and higher density at the back, and that's not the way you normally have a subdivision. And that's what you see along Bandera Road. It's as you drive down our IH-10, there's always the higher density closer to a road. And then I kind of looked at all the slides again, and I was thinking about the infrastructure, and I know we're all talking about the roads. Samaritan's not wide, Grass Hill's not wide, but when Seneca, if it were to be extended, now you're talking about a bridge over the drainage. I mean, that's the only way it's going to fit. Mm-hmm. And Grass Hills, that bridge would have to be made wider. So who would be paying for that? Bridges, I think, are not cheap. There's also the drainage. I was wondering, where is all that water that's coming off that subdivision going to go? Because it has to get to Huebner Creek somehow, but I didn't see an obvious way it was going to get there. So I was kind of wondering about that since I'm kind of downhill from it. And then I was looking at the streets there's like circles, like almost like a cul-de-sac looking thing at a couple of places closer to the Samaritan side. And I was wondering, are our fire trucks really going to be able to go to this house that's burning, and they're going to have to go around this circle while other cars are parked in the street? So I'm wondering if that's really a safety issue, or like, can the fire trucks really fit down that area? I think y'all know what I'm talking about. And then I know we've talked about the trees and things, but you know, even what they call trash trees or whatever, they're good trees, and they're over there, they're not getting watered, and they're still growing. And we're going to take all that down, lose our canopy. We're Tree City, but then we're going to plant 2 trees and lawns that are going to require water that we're running short of. So it kind of doesn't make sense. I know even an R1 home would have the same thing probably, but maybe we can get people to be more conscious of being natural too, and not having manicured lawns, or maybe they could leave some trees.
Okay. Thank you. Your time is up. I do appreciate it. Thank you for those comments. All right. Yes, come on up. How are you?
We have to quit meeting this way.
I know, we do. Right. We do.
My name is Laura Cardenas. I live in Seneca
yes.
West. I've lived there for 50 years.
Uh-huh.
I'm against the change, like I have always fought, and I have a feeling that some of you have already made up your mind. I really do. I hope you all have a conscience. I said years ago when I was fighting this that it's one of the largest parcels left in Leon Valley, that we should make the most use out of it for larger homes, larger lots, beautiful homes that will bring in a lot of tax money as well. And they're going to be using our roads, yes, but the traffic will be less. The current citizens that live in Seneca West, and some of us have lived there a long time, deserve some respect. If you all were living over there, how would you feel? Would you be voting the way you want to vote? I don't think so. I would miss my cara-caras that come and reproduce on the top of my telephone pole. I would miss my red-shouldered hawk that comes to see me all the time, the deer that cross my yard that I have xeriscaped with lots of rocks because I know that we don't have the water anymore. You're going to cause more traffic, less wildlife that deserve to live, and the trees that Sherry was talking about. The darn hackberry that I end up pulling out in my yard because of the little seeds. But they have been there for a long time. And then we have Earthwise, where they're giving away trees. Why kill the trees that are already there? Take care of them. I'm against it. I don't know how long I'm going to be living around here, but I'm going to be coming back and fighting this. You owe it to the citizens, all the citizens of Leon Valley, to dig in your conscience and do the right thing. Do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Laurel. All right. Okay, next, Lupe. How are you? Diaz? Good.
Hi, good evening.
Good
Guadalupe
evening.
Diaz. I live off of Kinman. Abraham was right. I went on and started doing some research regarding, is it true that we no longer are doing R1 homes and we're doing R6s only all over around San Antonio? Culebra and Tally are doing R1 homes with half-acre lots. Palo Alto, Cibolo, China Grove, Bernie, Castroville, zip code 78263, 264s, 253s. And I can go on. And so my ask for the council is I urge you to deny the R6 request. There is a possibility in a world and city that lives that would build R1 homes in our beautiful neighborhood and area. I was going to address Will Bradshaw. He's not here today. Last time he said, well, I live in an R6. With all due respect, your community is not like my community, and we have to take each community specifically and individually for who they are and what they love. And so I would appreciate if our council are more respectful towards the communities that we are servicing and not saying, well, if my community, then your community must be okay too because we are in R1s. I am still concerned, and I would say I'm concerned with not having fire department ready and equipped to deal with the massive number of houses, police department, EMS, the neighborhood safety, not to mention the car traffic that we are going to have when moving from 144 houses to 400, nearly 400 plus homes there with one way in and one way out. We are in a prime location, our neighborhood is, and as you can see, our neighbors are prime neighbors as well, and we care about the community, we care about the trees, we care about the wildlife that is there, we care about the quality of life that we are living. This is Leon Valley. It is prime location. Let's do it right. Let's step back, let's slow down, let's do R1 homes, let's bring in these beautiful homes. My neighbor before me was talking about the track that would bring in these beautiful homes. Let's follow the ordinances that have already been in place. Let's follow what has been determined to be, those are R1 tracks. I urge our council to deny the request to build R6s and to keep it as R1. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Yes, Ms. Merce. How are you? Beth Merce. Good evening and welcome.
My name is Beth Mersch, and I live in the old Seneca, not Seneca West. And I think that's important because this isn't just a neighborhood issue that's contingent with this new property. I think as a citizen of Leon Valley, I have agreed with so many things that people have said here. I definitely agree that we should retain this land because it is prime land, and we should wait for the R1 developer who is willing to build these nice homes on it. We have no obligation to pat the profit margin of any one builder, and there are going to be plenty of R6 housing in Leon Valley available in Trilogy and Post Landing or whatever it's called. And I don't think that we need to subdivide this beautiful piece of property into R6 zoned housing. I think that the issue of their wanting to get an exemption for a 40-foot frontage on each housing is another serious issue. One, because of the distance between each houses, the more compressed housing are, then you have more issues with neighbors and with violence and with all sorts of things like that. You also have less parking space on the streets, and I have a feeling that the streets are not going to be as wide as they possibly can be. They're going to be as narrow as they possibly can be so that they can cram more houses into this piece of land. And we have discussed before that no home has two cars anymore. Every home has 3, 4, 5, 6 cars. And we need to make allowances for that kind of parking allowances, both for safety, for fire truck access and those kinds of things, as well as just driving through the streets. I definitely agree with the issue that we cannot build more dense housing behind less dense housing. It's going to put too much pressure on Grass Hill and Seneca as the only exit routes, and it's going to compromise every residential street in Seneca West, because people are going to be cutting through those streets to get to Seneca, to get to that light, to get out on Bandera Road. So it's going to totally affect in the most negative way these people that have had homesteads there for 50, 40, 30 years, so that we can try and cram all these R6 houses. And I also am very worried about the whole landlord piece and having a whole community of renters who really don't care about the property, the town, the neighborhood, anything else. All they care about is that they got a house and somebody's taking advantage of them in terms of leasing, because I agree.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Moore. Do appreciate it. Yes, Mr. Benavides, how are you this evening? Good.
Yeah, my name is Thomas Benavides, and I live at 5914 Seneca Drive. And I agree with everything that was said here. I'm asking the council to consider leaving the property R1. And I'm going to reiterate some things. You all already know the San Antonio residents across the 27 acres, they signed a petition requesting not to do it. The Seneca West, I know it doesn't matter, but they also signed a petition saying, please don't do it. And then on top of that, the Planning and Zoning Commission, after 2 meetings, said, don't do it. So that's 3 indicators. So you have one more, the town hall meeting we had in January, and all of you were there. And we got the survey, we got the presentations, but the presentation looked like a public-private partnership, because Meritage, which was Project 1, came up, and it looked like it was the public land that they were going to develop, right? I don't know if the city's going to sell it to Meritage, but that was their plan. And then Project 2 was Texas Land, and that's the 27 acres. So, and then when we got the survey, we saw it was kind of weird. You want this or you want that? So that was kind of weird. And I think the citizens were confused at the time, because I was confused when I said, well, what is this, private land or public, or why are you asking something that's completely different? But anyway, if you notice, Meritage got 45 citizens to say, I want Meritage, versus the Texas Land, they only got a 20 vote on that. And then the second question, when you add it, have the city develop it. Well, the city can only develop the public land, maybe make a park or something. So that's when the Project 1, which is Meritage, went down to 7 votes. Texas Land went down to 10, and have the city develop went to 56. So those are citizens from across the way as well. So that's a big indicator. And then the last one was, you add it, just leave it alone. Well, Project 1 got 7 votes. Project 2 got 7 votes. Have the city develop got 19 votes. and just leave it alone got 42. So those are citizens from across the way. They understand what's going on Hebner at the Triangle property, and they also understand this is the last land that we have. It'd be great if Texas Land wanted a private partnership with the city to build a super nice development that's R1, and they could maybe make their profit margin.
Okay.
So
Thank you so much, Mr. Benavides. Dr. Caldera, can you clarify? Because we do have two, we're talking about apples and oranges here, so go ahead.
So initially, when we went to the town hall meeting, the conversation was just going to be centered around the city-owned property. After meeting with a couple of residents, they wanted us to look at this as a broad picture. I did at the time recommend that I think it was going to cause confusion, which of course, I'm going to say I was right.
Yeah.
It caused confusion. And so we should have just stuck at that presentation just to the city-owned land, so it kept the lines very clear. So that presentation really was centered around what would you like the city to do with this land? Do you want to keep it R1? Do you want to leave it alone? Do you want to build? What is it that you want to see? Because that's the only thing we have control over. The property that's being discussed tonight, Samir was trying to continue that conversation and take a look at that whole property so y'all could see what it could eventually end up at. But again, the only thing he has control over is the section that he's talking. I call it the Dooley property, but I'm sure there's a Samaritan property. And it is zoned R1. And so he could build right now R1, doesn't have to come to us, can certainly go over there and do that. He's here asking for a zone change. This does not impact the city-owned property. That's a conversation we're continuing to have. You know, we're talking to other developers, Meritage, Samir's involved in that conversation, and so is the council. The option to still leave that alone is still up in the air. So that's a completely separate conversation. All we're discussing tonight is this one piece of property that he is presenting. This does not include the Lawbucks property as of right now. It is just the Samaritan property. But he was trying to give you a broad picture, and I think on one of the slides it showed 300 and something homes. He's trying to show what he could do altogether. Okay. And so, again, next time we'll keep those lines very clear. But again, sometimes I do get trumped. So, but that's exactly what happened. We were just, it was just to discuss city-owned property at the town hall meeting. So those votes really just center around the city-owned property.
Right. Thank you for that clarification. I do appreciate it. All right. Anyone else? I do still have some letters to read. Go ahead. Come on up. Good evening and welcome.
I lived in my house for 27 years now, and I am confused.
Okay. Are you in Seneca? What neighborhood are you in Seneca? Seneca West? The Kinman. Okay. Very good. Thank you.
But I'm confused because we have, since 1984, said that we do not want R6s, and it's been every time since then. And back in January, we said it again, and somebody at the...
Can you put the microphone for
There we go. Thank you.
I'm sorry, is that better?
Yes, much better.
And
Thank you, Mr.
in January, when we met, one of the people said, oh, you're adamantly opposed to R6s, and we said yes. But when we filled out the plat that we were given two examples of how the plats would look, it was for R6 homes, which we didn't want. They said, even if you want R1, which would you prefer? Which was confusing. First of all, I also wanted to thank all the people who came up and commented. I agree 100% with their wanting to keep it R1. It's a wonderful neighborhood. We do not want to see it change. And with the traffic report that was submitted, I think they're counting on 1 car per house. It couldn't possibly be 2 or 3 per house because it would be a lot more traffic. But if we're saying we do not want R6 homes, why are we only given an R6 option, and that's all that's being spoken about? It sounds like it's already decided that it'll be an R6. Is this... Because the minutes here say it's R6 to comply with the City Council's specific request and preference. So I'm confused on that point. Where do we stand? Is there a chance for R1s?
There's no discussion
There's-
on the
yeah, I
R1
can't-
at this point.
Right, it's R6, it's Mr. Shahadi's proposal, and it will be voted upon on the April 16th meeting by the council. What would you add? Yes, you sure may.
Just to answer your
I
question.
appreciate it, yes.
The city's not initiating this case.
Right.
The city didn't bring this R6 case. The person who wants to develop this private piece of property, they're the ones who are bringing it. They're
Right.
requesting,
Specific request, city council.
it's talking about the process of a rezoning for a planned development district.
Yeah.
This is just the application and for a planned development district. So a planned development district has to meet certain things in the code, and so the code says it allows for flexible planning to comply with our request, which we don't have one. We don't own the property.
Okay.
And so, and then there's the rest of it, site planning to allow for realistic future links. So this comes straight out of the zoning code. Anybody who wants to do a PDD has to comply with those PDD regulations.
But there is
And that's one of the regulations.
There is also reference, as one of the speakers said, all three would have to be R6.
Yeah, that's a determination to be made. But I just wanted to clarify, we're not bringing this case. The city is not bringing this case. This is a developer, just like any developer, all over the world, has to go to the city council to request something. The city council then makes a decision on whether or not that request meets the city's plans.
So our wishes can still be honored.
That's why we have this public hearing to hear from you.
You're reading off of a slide that was not created by staff. I just want to point that out. That is a slide from the developer.
Right, and then I showed you at the last meeting where it said it was for your request, and you said no.
I said it was not our request, exactly, when you showed that to me. It was the developer's request. Okay, you bet. Thank you, Ms. Bennett, do appreciate it. Okay, who else? Dr. Tazoo? Tazoo? Yes, Tazoo.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I have been living in this city for this is my 21st year now, and me and my wife have been very active and actively participating in the community, and also always coming for different meetings in the city council. So 21 years, number of meetings have taken place, number of the council meetings have taken place, and whenever this was brought up of rezoning, it was always turned down by the all councils so far. If you go and check the record, no council, accepted the rezoning, and they kept it as R1. And if you remember, a few years back, maybe 10 years, 12 years back, we worked on it together. Then no rezoning committee in the last 21 years, I remember, has recommended rezoning. They've always turned down the request, and they've always recommended to maintain it R1. That's then all the citizens of this of Leon Valley, of Seneca Drive, and around extended areas, and on the other city who have been coming here, have overwhelmingly voted to. I think not even a single citizen got up and said in the last 21 years that we should rezone it. Everybody said that we should keep it as R1. So if we have so much of positivity towards maintaining it R1, why are we, I should be excused saying, why are we wasting your precious time, everybody else's precious time? They work very hard. It takes them at least 2 months or 3 months to come up with this proposal to this level. So I think we should nip it in this evil in the bud and not come forward again for this rezoning of R1. It is very, very clear. Secondly is, I really appreciate all of you for bringing these proposals from time to time for the development of our city. But whenever we have got any proposal is R6 or R7, never ever has R1 come up for discussion. So I would request that please work on it. You need any help from the citizens, I think every citizen is ready to help you. So, and we can always work together on R1 for this. And I had suggested to the mayor through a phone call, if you can have a small committee of citizens 10 or 12 citizens, and then maybe you be the chair of that, or 1 or 2 members from our council, and work out a viable solution to develop this area as R1. And I'm sure, as many of my friends and my brothers and sisters did say, that R1 are in demand very much here. I just will need about 30 seconds more, if you don't mind.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Then the second thing that was brought up last time was profitability. Well, profitability of a builder is not the concern of a citizen or the council. It is a businessman's own proposal, and is businessman's own lookout how he is going to earn the profit. And then another thing that I wanted to say is that nobody has worked on the cost, how much it is going to cost to develop this for the city, because still will have to spend money for improving the infrastructure, and then the demand for excess water, you will have to look out for water wells, additional wells you might have to dig. Then you may have to work for expanding the safety of citizens. You may have to expand the number of police people.
Sure.
And then the other thing that I wanted to say is that the first, two most important permissions, one is from the city for construction, and the other is from the fire department. I don't think, if you ask the fire marshal, I don't think the fire chief marshal is going to give the go-ahead.
Okay, well, thank you. I need to
Thank you
ask
so
you
much.
to, yeah.
Thank you.
I've given you a little bit more time. I know, Dr.
I need to clarify.
I
something.
know you need to clarify something. Also, would you address the committee idea? Because I brought that to you last week. After you called me, I asked Dr. Caldera about the committee idea, and there is an answer.
There is.
Okay, go
So
ahead.
we cannot have a committee on somebody's private land. That's
It's
like me being a
private.
committee and telling you what to do with your land. Can't do it. Second off, it is R1. You will continue, whether the council decides to make this zoning change or not, you will continue to have to come out, because every developer, by law, has the right to request a zoning change. It could be R6, it could be R7, it could be R9, it could be apartments, multi-comps, which has been brought up for this area in the past to build apartments here. It could be commercial. So you will continue, if you don't want this land to be R1, unless a developer comes at some point and says, let this be R1, this is not a dead issue. Once the council takes the vote, say they vote to deny the request, you will continue to have to come out, because you will continue, as long as that stays undeveloped land, they will continue to come out to ask for a zone change. You're right. You've come out 50 times and said you don't want R6 or apartments, I think one was a retirement home, and denied those requests multiple times. But that is the right of the property owners that own. The city does not own the property that Mr. Samir is giving tonight, or the Lawbucks property at the top. Any one of those people can come at any time and request a zone change for whatever zone they would want to change. And so you will continue to have to come out. This isn't a city-initiated zoning request. There's no committee that can dictate to this individual what they should or should not build there. And so, again, I'm sorry? Yes, so I wanted to make sure we were all on the same understanding that we can't dictate to a private property owner what they can and cannot do.
Oh, excuse me, Doctor, I can't have a dialogue back there. I'm sorry. Just to clarify, the city-owned property is not R1, it's RE1. So that's 1 acre lot. So there is a distinction between the Lawbucks and the Dooleys. They're R1, we are RE1. That was changed back in 2017, 2018, something like that. So just to clarify, is an acre.
But again, that's not what's for discussion.
That's not for discussion, but because we've had we've all had all of the R's tonight, just wanted to clarify that. Okay, anyone else for the public hearing? Yes. Mr. Alcacer, how are you today, or this evening? Good evening.
Albert Alcocer, 59858 8th Street. I'd like to, we're against it, like everyone else. I have one more nail I'd like to put in it. Walking around the block like we usually do, and the bus comes by and drops off one of the children. And I don't remember the presentation ever even bringing up the children and the school buses. There, San Antonio, we have 11 magnet schools, and they all have their own bus. And they're going to pick up in the mornings and in the evenings, right? They drop them off. The high school, the middle school, and the high school buses also have to do the run, and we have no facilities for that to happen. So you have 300, maybe 250, 100 kids going to the front where you're trying to get all these cars in and out, and the buses, where do they turn around? And I don't remember, has that been presented? I don't know. So I'm letting you know that that's enough for me to say no.
Okay, very good. Thank you for those comments. Do appreciate it. All right, anyone else? Yes, ma'am. Good evening and welcome. Yes.
Good
Hi.
evening. My name is Cynthia Hernandez, and I live in the Seneca West. So again, just like our last meeting, I just want to exercise my right that I have to request that you guys not approve the zoning change from R1 to R6. And I know that we're talking about the privately held, owned property, but I think the futures of these properties are pretty well linked. And so like if it was just only the addition of this, I think it would be a different story, but then it opens up a whole other area of development. And so I really appreciate the comments of my neighbors with the addition of like reviewing the unintended consequences on resources that are not going to be renewable for this area. And just from a planning perspective, like I don't know if anyone up there has studied zoning and city development. I certainly have not. So I'm not well educated to say that this is just a bad idea from the statistics. But I would like maybe y'all to pull on your resources on people that you have on staff and maybe consider that. I'm not as close to those people as y'all may be, but it may be something to consider and look at the impacts. Again, I know this is privately held land and I'm speaking to denying that request, but I think the future of these two areas are pretty closely linked.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do appreciate it. All right, anyone else? Okay, I've got 2 letters that I need to read into the record. This is from Shanta Hawkins. To whom it may concern, Marion Gonzalez and Shanta Hawkins, property owners living in the Seneca West subdivision, are opposed to this zoning case, and they give the number. And the second one is from Charles Matthews, who lives on Seneca. Mayor Riley, I received my notification letter as it pertains to the Samaritan property development. Thank you for this action. I greatly appreciate it. As I look deeper into this zoning request for this 27 acres, I found something that I don't believe is legal. Tax record, Bexar County lists this property as Good Samaritan Lodge and Nursing Home Incorporated, and it shows the owner to be the same. Both the 24 acres and 3 acres are indeed listed as R1. I also found that Mr. Shahadi, who is with the One Stop Group LP, is the one who filed the request for the zoning change to R6. It was not the owner of this property, Good Samaritan Lodge and Nursing Home Incorporated. I do not in any way see how a person can put a piece of property under a real estate contract and have the legal authority to submit for a zoning change. This just cannot be. Going forward, I would like for you to consult our legal department to see if this zoning request is even valid. I thank you for your time on this urgent matter. Charles Matthews. So
To
this will
respond
be,
to that, if
yes,
you
ma'am.
want to.
Go
It
ahead.
is illegal. They are able to do that.
Okay.
This isn't the first time Mr. Shahadi's done this in the past. We did it with the
Certainly.
Triangle property. and
Thank you for
the
that
same question-
clarification.
The same question has come up in dealing
Okay.
with that as well.
Very good. Okay, so that's it, unless there's anybody else. So let me close the public hearing. Okay, quick question, and we'll get Dr. Cardero to
We
add.
know it's private that he's
Yeah.
asking for. Is he still requesting the easement into city property? Is that
That's
still?
a-
it?
Assuming
That's a
so, that's
separate
what it
issue.
was presented last time, so.
Okay.
I don't believe that's changed. Thank you for that clarification, so everybody knows. Okay, very good. Okay, with that, then I'm going to close the public hearing at 8:13. And unless there is comment from my colleagues, we will have the second read on April the 16th with the vote. Mr. Campos, you had something before we go to the next agenda item.
Yes, I want to reiterate to the citizens here tonight, I'm not in support of this change from R1 to R6. And if you notice, you're right. Somebody said this earlier. If we approve this, this is just the beginning, because the next development is going to say, hey, well, I have one right next to it. Because later in this agenda, we have the same situation. Somebody saying, I have a development, I need it to be the same as the other one. It's not right, but it's going to start a chain reaction. And I'll tell you, me personally, I have a very close relative, very close daughter. I'm not going to say who, but my daughter. She is trying to buy a half acre and, in Bulverde, Texas. And I'll tell you that when she was looking into putting her name down, there was a waiting list. And I'm sure there would be a demand here as close as we are to the medical center and to Loop 410. And again, I don't agree with putting an R6 development behind an R1 piece neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Mr. Stevens, thank you.
So I did not have the privilege of being here last meeting, but I have watched pretty much all citizen comments, whether it be the zoning meeting or the council meeting on this issue. Honestly, I've been kind of open to and receptive to hearing people out, hearing the various sides. I too have a lot of concerns. I have concerns with an R6 being behind an R1. I have concerns with 40 feet down to 35 feet. I have big concerns with this 10% exception thing. I think that's ridiculous, which I don't think that's ever been brought up in one of the meetings, but it screams red flags to me, because that means you can increase by 10% of the number of homes, decrease from 35 feet to 31.5 feet. I mean, there's all sorts of things that can happen with that. I think also it's important. Mr. Campos touched on the half-acre lots, and I over the weekend I went to a house that was off of Tally Road, the park at Cimarron, which is a relatively new neighborhood, probably been there 5 or 6 years, and there is one common denominator with a lot of these half-acre or 1 acre, 1.5 acre, and I even thought through some neighborhoods that are out there in that area. The park at Cimarron, Tamaron, West Oak Estates, Rolling Oak Estates, Afton Oaks, all of these are half-acre plus houses, but they all do something, and I think this is a hurdle that Leon Valley really needs to correct. We need to allow developers, if it's a half acre or more, to be allowed to put in their septic tanks instead of tying into city sewer, because that's the barrier right there. That's why developers aren't touching this land, is because of the cost of infrastructure, cost of adding pumps everywhere because of the land layout and that sort of thing. So that's the one thing that all of those half-acre lots out in the country, in the Alamo Ranch and the Tally Road area allow, that we don't allow. And so we need to fix that barrier, and then maybe we'll get some developers that are going to come in and see that that's one less hurdle, because that does add an enormous cost, adding sewer infrastructure throughout a neighborhood when the terrain is not downhill. I mean, but that being said, I also, I don't remember who commented at the last meeting. It might have been one of you here. I honestly, I can't remember, so I apologize. But they thoroughly went through our plan development ordinance, and it was very to the point, and I really appreciated the points that were made. But one of the requirements of a PDD, or plan development district, is that it creates higher quality development for the community than would result from the use of the city's standard zoning districts. The way that I'm looking at this is R6 on steroids. It's R6, and the only purpose of a PD is to benefit the profit margins of the developer. And I don't like that. I don't agree with that at all. Instead of, generally PD, when it was created, it was so businesses could come in and they could have multiple layers of zoning within one area, such as the Pearl, where you have retail underneath and then residential above. That's not what this is at all. This is a PD, and the exceptions that are desired are to make it much more appeasing to the developer at the detriment of the community that exists there now and the community that will exist in the future, whether or not they realize that now those neighborhoods in San Antonio are quite difficult to drive in, some of them that are where the houses are too close together. And so I know there's back and forth. I'm going to have people that disagree with me, and that's, at least my conscience is clear, and that's where I stand on this.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Anyone else? Did you want to say anything, Mr.
No,
Orozco?
I agree with Stevens wholeheartedly, but I'm going to wait till after executive session to make my comments, and
Okay.
I'm going to continue listening to the citizens. And I know somebody said that we made our minds up. Actually, I have not. And but I agree with Mr. Stevenson and what he's saying. And I'm going to wait till after executive session to see where I'm going to
Sure.
go with this.
All right. Mr. Martinez, did you have anything to add?
The only thing I can see right now is that eventually, if it's not today, this land is going to be developed. That's a fact. Hard rule. It's going to be developed. Whether we do it today, tomorrow, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years from now, this land will be developed. I think there's room in here for some kind of a compromise. I know, I don't think anybody is going to be 100% satisfied, but I think there's room in here for some kind of negotiation back and forth. You don't want R6. Well, maybe something else, less density, but still where it's a viable project. So, I'm looking forward to seeing some other proposals that maybe some kind of a compromise and make, if everybody's got to give a little bit. That's the whole deal of compromise. And that's just my thoughts. I would like to come to find some ground that everybody can be happy with, but nobody's going to be 100% happy. But let's try to find some common ground in here. That's all my comments.
And I'd just like to add that, yes, it's going to be developed, but I'm also hearing we don't have to rush. We need to take our time. And how it's developed is very, very important. And the less dense is what I'm hearing the neighbors want. So that's, we've made notes. And so we will continue the dialogue on April 16th, and we hope you all are back at 6:30, and we will take that vote, that very, very important vote. All right, that's it. Thank you. All right, next is announcements by the mayor and council. Thank you all very much for coming. We really appreciate it. And I know somebody said we've been out here 50 times. Well, let's go for 100. No, I'm just teasing. But anyway, but we appreciate your tenacity. Thank you so much. Y'all have a good evening. Thank you for being here. Just real quick, because I know, did I close the public hearing? I did. Yeah, there we go. Good. Just wanted to be sure. Just a few announcements. Election is coming up on May the 4th, and so your last day to register to vote is this coming Thursday, April the 4th, and the last day to request a mail-in ballot is April 23rd. If you all are a volunteer, we have a volunteer appreciation dinner next Tuesday, April the 9th. I wanted to ask the council members if y'all could bring a libation, and I'll talk to you about that later. April 27th from 8 to 1 is the household hazardous waste pickup at the fire department for Leon Valley residents only. And Dr. Caldera, do we have a list of items that we can drop off?
Yeah, it's posted online, but I can, I don't know them off the top of my head, but it's like batteries.
Oh, could you
paint
just mail that to me? Because I'd like to put that in my my note. Then also, because I was talking to the manager last week, I thought, on the 27th of April, we're going to have the coffee with the mayor and council. This is our quarterly coffee, and it's usually at the community center. But I thought, because of the proximity of the hazardous waste in the fire department, maybe we should consider having the coffee here. Actually, I really wanted it on the patio, but oh well. Are we ever going to use that beautiful patio out there? But anyway, Dr. Caldera has a presentation on 911 dispatch center that she wants to communicate to the citizens that morning. So I'm not sure if y'all are amenable to moving the coffee here, just because people can bring their hazardous waste and it's just right down the street and they don't have to,
Depends on the weather.
Well, we can't have the coffee out there. Because we have to have the presentation here.
I think y'all wanted me to give like a history of how we ended up with 911 dispatch being at the county. So it's a quick presentation, but I can't give it outside. So
Yeah.
you can have the presentation in here and then move to the patio, or
If the weather is appropriate, and we'll know that day. So is that all right with y'all? That be okay? Okay, all right, good. And then last but not least, Judge Sakai had his newsletter. He sent it out, his county newsletter. And I just wanted to, and he had a section on homelessness. I just wanted to read what he said about the Leon Valley Pilot Program. Promising beginnings. The Leon Valley Street Outreach Program was approved by Bexar County in 2023 and sets out to connect our homeless population in Leon Valley with appropriate services to aid in building a sustainable lifestyle. Led by representatives from Bexar County, the City of Leon Valley, and the City of San Antonio's close to home and Haven for Hope, the pilot is slated to last 1 year. It will be followed by an evaluation period to determine overall impact, cost effectiveness, and more. The outreach will be focused primarily on encampments and makeshift shelters in known places within Leon Valley. The top priority is getting people off the streets. So I thank Judge Sakai for that comment. And I know people are concerned, but we do have a process that we're going to be going through with them. And probably we won't start till sometime in the summer, and we'll let y'all know. Okay, that's it for me. Anyone else have a question or a comment? Yes.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, you bet.
A couple of weeks ago, I attended a meeting at the YMCA from Bexar County Appraisal District, and Albert Udeste was there as well.
I had that too.
And they were showing you how your taxes are done at your house, how you can protest your the process that you can go through to protest your taxes. It was very informative. It was amazing. And I did learn a lot of things about as far as contesting your taxes. And we would like to have it here in Leon Valley as well. Hopefully my colleagues will agree to allow, or Dr. Cardetta will allow Kristen Miranda to research. I have the contacts, and they said that they would be more than glad to have one here in Leon Valley
Was
as well.
that through the tax assessor collector office?
Yes.
Right, so that's your contact.
Right.
Okay.
Well, it's from the Bexar County Appraisal. They're the ones that.
The appraisal, okay.
And Ray Lopez was there as well, represented, and he said that he would attend as well.
Okay.
And it was very informative. I think that our citizens would benefit on the taxes that they get for their houses and how to protest them or appeal them.
Okay.
Yeah, they were playing with words there and that. And I got a kind of bone to pick with our staff, but I'll discuss it with the things that went out for the.
Oh, the trash survey?
Yes, for the.
What happened?
Well, I got an envelope, but it don't have. It has a stamp, but it doesn't have a label.
Return or an address.
Yours have a label on there?
Yeah.
Okay, because
Yeah.
it's not on here either. I know.
Yeah.
Well, but I was going to encourage. I wasn't trying to throw our staff under the bus. For those that did not get it and do not want to look at the address, there is a code back there that you can get in there and do your whatever comments you want to do on there.
Great.
So,
Thank you for that. Those two comments, especially on the appraisal, because the deadline to protest your taxes for the year is May 15th. I believe. So if we're going to have this, it's going to have to be expedited.
well, one of the things that they said that, even though they do give a deadline, you can really protest that I did not know.
Oh, I didn't know that.
At other
After
times, and
that?
you can keep going.
Oh,
and you don't
okay.
have to, you can just say that you want to, and they'll, but maybe I heard them wrong, maybe you're right and I'm wrong. But
Yeah,
I would still like to
I always thought
hold
it was
that
May
event
15th, yeah.
here in Leon Valley for our citizens. It's very informative, and they're more than willing to come out, at no cost to us. All we got to do is just provide the space.
Yes. Counselor Martinez.
I would just like to say welcome. In the back of the room, we have Betty Heil, that Councilor Stevens did not run for re-election, and she ran for his seat unopposed. So she is the councilwoman-elect. Welcome. Thank you for coming to the meeting.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
I do want to say.
Oh,
I'm sorry. I want to give kudos to
Gabby,
Dr. Caldera. During the Easter, we've had a lot of complaints about our dog pound, and I can assure you, I know Dr. Caldera, and she's taken several dogs home herself, and I have full trust in her and her staff that they would take care of any dogs that need to be taken care of. It's ironically enough, and I'm going to say this, that as many complaints that we got about the dogs being there, I did not hear any one complaint about irresponsible pet owners. That the reason that the dogs are there is because the owners did not take responsibility for their pets. So kudos to staff, and I know that they're taking care of the dogs the best as possible.
Well, I appreciate that because it came on Easter Sunday, Dr. Caldera's time with her family. So thank you, Doctor, for your due diligence on responding so quickly. Yes, Mr. Stevens.
I just would like for Dr. Caldera to reiterate the solid waste survey is due when, and how many have you gotten so far?
Ooh. Okay, so Roka's helping me collect the surveys and do them.
He's got him in his hands.
Help
Woohoo!
He's helping me. No, he's doing the surveys, collecting them, and inputting the data that come in manually. So.
I want to see your envelope real quick. The envelope you showed.
Your envelope. Are you sure you didn't set them up? No.
Okay, so yeah, they missed. So every single one of them look like that. They're already pre-posted, so they must have just missed yours. We probably have maybe about 500 or 600 returned in the mail, and we probably about have 80 online. We have to sort through what comes in and what doesn't come in. Something I want to remind everybody of is question number 3 is required. Address needs to be completed or your survey will not be counted. We have a lot of those that are not putting their address in there. So, and they're also not in the envelope. So if we receive something and there's no address on here and it's not on the envelope per your rules and your instructions, it will not be counted. Please make sure that if you're returning this, you write down your address so we can go ahead and include it in the survey. But we have about 500 in physical, maybe 500 or 600, and we get probably about 70 or 80 online so far.
And what's the deadline?
April 12th.
Friday. Yeah. Next Friday?
Oh, April 12th. So you still have time, those of you that are here and watching online. So thank you so much. Just appreciate it. Okay, Dr. Caldera, your report, please.
I'm up. Okay. So
Yes, ma'am.
our city manager's report's online and outside in the foyer if you'd like to see it. You already discussed the coffee location. Again, the post on Nextdoor showed 4 dogs that are not even in our current custody. Those pictures were taken several years ago. The dogs are checked on, and I verified with the chief, up to 4 times daily. They're done by the police officer. They are checked at the beginning of the shift and at the end of the shift. On a regular basis. During regular work hours, they're at Public Works, so they do get loved on by the Public Works employees, and they're out there. We do have in the budget, to upgrade our kennels to have temperature-controlled environments for the dogs, especially in the summertime. So we'll be having more conversations on that. Unfortunately, we do not have a large facility. We're not walking the dogs around the park regularly. But we do have an open foster list, and we do have many members of our community that do participate in that open foster list. And so if you are willing to foster, you can contact me, you can contact Chief Gonzalez, pretty much any of the city staff. We will get your information and add you to a foster list, and we will definitely be utilizing you when we do get stray animals. The dog that is behind Public Works is getting fixed. And hopefully will be placed after the vet clears him. He has to be cleared by the vet. Will be placed at Petland for future adoption.
Okay.
So I know y'all may notice the city secretary is not up here today. She is here. She's in her office taking the minutes. I'm going to be doing some rearranging. I'm going to be switching out a staff person sitting here so they can control the screens and stuff a little bit better than I can. I kind of fail on that front because I'm doing a couple of things and looking for information and responding to the citizens. And I will be moving to Ms. Pasolet's seat. So I'm going to be trying different staff people sitting in the seat. She is here, she's working, she's streaming it from her office, she's doing the minutes from her office. If there's a roll call vote needed, I can certainly do the roll call vote. But she is here, she's taking the minutes, but I don't want to move to the dais and I kind of want to keep the flow of things, and so I'll be moving over there, and we're going to be trying different staff people here. So just kind of want to give that.
Thank you very much. Okay, I just had a question on your manager's report. Thank you so much. If you look at it, there's at the very, very end of your report, you click on that link, and then you go to, just a ton of information from economic development and, of course, crime and library and everybody. But I'm constantly getting, not constantly, but I get calls on a regular basis. Mayor, where's the police department? The people are speeding on Evers Road. And so I reached out to you, and you were able to get data for this citizen, and indeed, they're there. And so I was just wondering, is there any way we could maybe have a category of speeding and stop sign running? Because I know, Chief, you all were on Forest Way last week, because I heard them, and I tell you what, people are stopping now. And so people get complaints about speeding and not stopping at stop sign. I don't know if we could just pull that information out separately, or I don't know.
I did have it in the old, if you go back and look a year ago, and y'all complained y'all couldn't read the chart. And so if you have concerns of whether or not citations are being written, what we do now is total. So you'll see traffic citations on the city manager chart, it's a number. We're not breaking down the streets anymore because you can't see it in the report. And that was a complaint I think you gave to me, Mayor, that you couldn't read those.
Well, I couldn't read it. Yeah,
so,
but
right. So
we could pull it out and put it separate, though, could we? Or is it too much trouble?
No, what I'm saying is it's just a list of, you just couldn't read the streets because we have so many streets and so many citations issued every 2 weeks that you said you couldn't read the report. So I don't put it in the report. If somebody asks for it, we do have it. It's available. I pulled them.
All right.
Pulled them for other people, so it's
okay.
So it's up to you. I can put it back in the city manager's report. It's there. We have the information. It used to be the bar charts, and it would show how many citations were issued for each street. So
okay,
it's up to you.
Okay, we can talk about that.
I'd like to have the information, but it's more useful when my issue with my neighbors is that they're racing up the hill on Evers Road. And you're saying, well, we're giving citations on Evers Road, but it's not near us. And that, I'm trying to get some more pinpointed ideas of where we're giving citations.
So it could be that it's where they get pulled over, and David can go in more detail, but so if it's at Poss and Evers, they may have been speeding right by your neighborhood, but by the time the cop actually pulls them over, it's further down, closer to Poss Road. So they put the nearest intersection on the citation. So it's not going to be Evers Road by itself. They usually give a cross street. And so it's the nearest cross street where the officer is able to pull over that individual.
Okay. All right.
But again, I can add that bar chart back in there, and you could just see the bar charts of the citations and stuff. It was, I guess, hard to read, and so I just took it out because you said you could read it.
Well, I guess I'd rather have it in than out. But anyway.
So up to you. Oh.
All right. We can add that to the, okay. Sounds good. Anything else? Thank you, Dr. Caldera, and thank you for that. Consent agenda, 7.1 to 7.9. Does any of the council members want something to be pulled for discussion? Yes, Councilor Campos.
I'd like to have 7.5 pulled regarding the rezoning on the 6-acre parcel of land from an R1 to an PDD with an R6.
Okay. All right. That was put on the consent agenda last meeting. Well, may I have a motion then to approve 7.1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, and 9?
I so move.
All right. And we have a motion by Councilor Orozco and a second by Councilor Campos to approve all of the consent agenda items with the exception of 7.5. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. As per Mr. Councilor Campos's request, we're going to pull and discuss 7.5, discussion and possible action to consider approval of an ordinance rezoning an approximately 6-acre parcel of land from R1 single-family dwelling zoning district to a planned Development District, PDD, with R6 Garden Home base zoning being parcel 46, abstract 664 CB 4446, and lot 46A, parcel 46C, abstract 664 CB 4446, located at 7201 and 7205 Hebner Road, Leon Valley, Texas. And we had our first read on March 19th, and this would be the second read and the approval. And we have Mindy Teague here. Do you have a specific question?
Yes, we don't re-give
Yeah,
the presentation.
that's right. We're not going to do the presentation, but if you have a specific question, and just, this is the property right next to the school, Leon Valley Elementary on Hebner Road. So just to put it in perspective. Yes. So go ahead, Mr. Campos.
So this is a perfect example of what they were talking about in the public hearing, where we agreed to something for a parcel of land, and it's continuing on to the next. This particular request from an R1 to an R6 is even asking for a variance, more severe than the R6 request that we just turned down. It's going from a 45-foot frontage and they're asking for a variance of 35 feet. Those houses are so close together, I just don't see why we need to continue the variances or the approval of this R6. I want to point out that our colleague here, Ray Orozco, he lives in an R6 development that had 0 variances, and it is an excellent development. But here we're having an R6 and then cramming in more homes close together from going from a 45-foot requirement to a variance of 35. And I'm asking my colleagues to reconsider this and to deny this variance.
Okay. Is that a motion?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, it would be, I'll approve the R6, but disapprove the variance.
Okay.
That's what I'm concerned about.
Okay. All right. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right. So we have a motion by Councilor Campos and a second by Councilor Orozco to approve the POS Landing Phase 2 strictly R6 with no variances. Any further discussion?
Yeah.
Wait.
Well, that's what.
Can I discuss?
Yeah, we've got further discussion, yes.
So we got to remember, this is, I actually, in retrospect, I agree with you.
Yeah.
I do. Could we go back in time and redo this? What I don't think I fully realized in this presentation, for whatever reason, and now I'm like very cognizant, is the developers are coming in and they're abusing the PDD process, ultimately. They're using it in lieu of variances. And so they don't have to do the Board of Adjustment and all that. They're coming in and so they use the PD, which is actually meant for more than one zoning classification. Again, retail and then living area above, right, like the Pearl. And in that PD, they're adding in all of these excessive, they're just changing everything from R6 to make it much more developer friendly. And I think that's wrong. I think it should stop. I will point out though, there are some differences of this project. One of them is that you don't have to drive through R1 to get to these properties. Like in Seneca, you have to drive. And so it detrimentally, especially when you add 300 homes or whatever, it's going to big time affect the residents. Like that's the Seneca proposal. Also, this is the way I look at it, and again, you're more than welcome to vote your conscience and stuff, is this is like almost a continuation now of a neighborhood, and I don't know if it will have a single neighborhood name, but it would be kind of odd if all of a sudden they have, this type of structure in one area and then this type of structure in the adjacent land. I mean, I'm sure it's feasible, but I don't think that would be, it's like live and learn, right? And I think that, I agree with you in retrospect, but this is a continuity of their first project as well. So.
Yes, Councilor Campos.
So just taking out the concern a little bit further, who's going to buy this? And they're going to turn into rental properties. This is ripe for just an investor to come pick these little lots out and become rental properties. And that's what my concern is. We want neighborhoods just as beautiful as Pavona, but why give all these excessive variances? I just don't understand.
Well, I can remember when this came, it was December of 2022. So, and we had just fought the battle at the church. Remember? And I mean, we had people out here and just, and I think, and we finally, resolved that issue. And right before Christmas, the meeting before Christmas, this PDD came, and I remember I was going, what? Per acre, there was 10 acres, and they were going to put 10 homes per acre. So 90 homes on 10 acres. So I always called it R9. But I expressed that, but I also heard from my council that that's the future development, the density. So, I mean, I know I didn't want to ever live there, but, I had that concern as well. So, anyway, so that's all I want to say. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. And I second it because I wanted to go into discussion about it.
Okay.
Both of you have some very valid notes there. And I understand that we should have the continuity that we have on that slot that's right next to St. John compare. And they're going to need that variance in order to make that outlet out there. Am I correct? Are you here, right?
Yeah.
Is that where you're going with that? Okay. And I can see that, Councilor Campos, that if they don't have the continuity to make that exit, the second two exits in there, or entrances, that it may not be feasible, and it'll just delay everything that they're doing right now. And I think you guys, well, you're about 5-10% already done, and I wanted to discuss this. I'm okay with it. I'm not trying to change my mind. I just wanted to hear arguments on this, but I have to agree with Mr. Stevens that we need to consider the continuity on it, and just so we can go on and get this developed and get going.
Okay, Mr. Martinez.
When this plan first came about, I was against the street width. I wanted it to be wider streets because the way it is right now, you're only going to be able to park on one side of the street. And, who's going to decide which side is going to be parked? Because even right now, how wide Seneca is by QT, there's sometimes when there's two cars parked on either side of the street and two cars coming, you got to wait for one car to pass before you can get around there. So imagine what it's going to be like on a, 28-foot street, if I remember correct. Mm-hmm. But I agree that we need to go with continuity with this first project, and I was against, you have to have two entrances or, emergency exit, and I was the one that was against are recommending we deny this because, they either had to come out behind the property and come into Evers, or maybe buy one of the properties or some of the properties behind it to get into the next street, so you'd have two entrances. But I was glad to see when you guys did buy the property, and now you have a second entrance for, for God forbid if there is a fire or something where fire truck needs to get in there. So I agree with Councilman that we need to keep with the continuity of this project. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. I still have a motion and a second on the floor. So, yes, I mean, this has never happened before. So this is new to me as far as we made a decision and then there's a motion to change it. So I don't know.
What do you mean? You made a motion, there's a second.
And so we'll just go ahead and vote. That's what I'm saying.
So, I mean, you can hear from the resident, you can continue to hear from the residents, you can hear from the engineer.
Well, I guess it's just, I just don't know what the impact is going to be on the developer if this flips. You see what I'm saying? So.
Mayor, do we?
Yes.
I'm just curious. Do we, or does anybody know off the top of their head how wide is the lots in Shadow Mist?
The streets?
Because I think they're more narrow than Pavona for sure.
Shadow Mist are, they have a smaller lot size, but I don't remember what the size now. Was it a straight?
I think they're a straight R6, aren't they? Yeah.
Shadow Mist is a straight R6.
Yeah.
The
Oh, so it's
problem
more
with changing this, number one, they would lose their second exit, but the whole PD would have to go away, and they'd have to come back and do a whole new PD. Because this is based on trying to continue, the continuity from the
Right.
POS Landing Phase 1 and POS Landing Phase 2, which is now called Cinna Phases 1 and Phases 2.
Or is there more land to be acquired in the
No.
area?
That's it.
Okay. I'm going to let Chief address. That's why he came in? Go ahead.
It is. I'll just say that a change to this piece of property, you just need to consider that that's going to significantly slow the other. Like everybody has said, this piece of property is dependent upon the other piece of property. It's symbiotic. They both have to have an entrance, and this is the second entrance for POS Landing, and it's POS Landing's second entrance. So we need to consider where they're already at on that. If this has to be redesigned and it takes X amount of time, that's going to limit the first property's ability to put residents in a home.
Which they're already geared up for their grand opening. Like, they're done with their.
For the Phase 1? Okay.
So they at least have to have that second access
Okay.
road.
Thanks for those comments, Chief. Yes, Mr. Martinez and then Mr. Campos.
I had a service call today in Terrell Hills, and coming back, I missed my turn. I'm not familiar with that part of town at all, and I got I believe it's a New Braunfels, but I ended up on some street, I guess by a big park, but there was a row of houses that almost a zero lot line, and that really caught my attention. These houses were right next door. You could probably touch the house next door, but I could see down the block. The houses were long. They were really, really long and narrow. So, and those houses are probably 40, 50 years old. Yeah, that's an older neighborhood. So, it's not. This is not something that's new. It's been going on for quite a while.
Okay, Mr. Campos.
Again, this is what the prior neighborhood is concerned about. You let in one R6 in that area in Seneca West, you're saying they can have it duplicated on and on for the other pieces of property. And, two wrongs don't make a right, and we need to make a change here. And I think we just need to tell the developer, hey, you need to redesign it and put it at 45. You still have the lot. You just won't have as many. That's what the issue is, really, in my mind. Okay? And that will be that's my final thoughts on it. I just wanted to share that with my colleagues.
So is your only, from their plan, is your only request that they change 35 to 45 and everything else is fine?
Correct. That's what my motion was, to make the zoning change to an R6, but not allow the 35-foot variance and put it back to the 45. I believe, wasn't that the motion I presented?
No, you said to make it R6, so then they'd have to, again, they're gonna have to go back. I'm just
Right.
letting you know the process. You can vote any way you want to vote. I'm just letting you know that that's the process, like.
But also, they shorten the streets. Would that be
Correct.
changed?
I
or
mean,
no?
so if you're going back to R6, it's whatever parameters are within R6. So there's a couple of, I guess, variances. They're not really variances. They're in line with the PDD. They're asking for smaller lot size. They're asking for smaller street size. So there's, so if it's just the 35, then that's a completely separate. You can vote to keep the PDD with expanding 35 to 45. If that's but that wasn't your motion. Your motion was to go to R6. So those are two different things.
Well, if I read this, and maybe I read it incorrectly, but to a planned development district with R6 garden homes.
Right,
Base
that's the
zoning.
base zoning.
And so I'm saying, I'm in favor with that base zoning of R6.
Okay, so
but
that's your motion, and that's the
not-
second.
And not allowing the variance.
But it's not just one variance. It's lot size variance, it's street size variance, it's everything that goes along with that PDD that's not in line with an R6. So unless you're gonna list off everything, then
The
your.
only thing I listed was not allowing the width. Everything else,
Then that's not your motion then. Your motion,
He can withdraw it and say it again if he wants
correct.
to.
So if your motion is
Yeah.
just to take the 35 to 45, that's your motion. But if your motion is to move it just to R6 without, and the 35, then it's the 35, it's the lot size, it's all the other things that they're requesting. So you have to be clear on what it is that you're requesting.
okay, because the caption doesn't read that. And
They-
so I disagree with you.
I mean, you can disagree with me, but if you're going to R6, then they have to follow all the R6 parameters. Or you're going to have, go ahead, maybe I'm not explaining it correctly.
No, she was explaining it correctly too. If you're just saying R6, then they have to follow all of the R6 requirements. Otherwise, they'll have to go to the Board of Adjustment to get variances. But I might add, you might want to listen to the engineer, because changing just that part even is going to have dramatic consequences on the design of this development. They'll have to go back now and do some re-engineering of the whole site. This isn't just a minor deviation here. What affects this affects the whole site. So, and they are here if you'd like to speak with them.
If I can say something.
Yes,
to
go
my
ahead, Mr.
colleague there,
Orozco, go
second.
ahead.
And like I said, I second it because I wanted to hear the arguments, but I failed to mention that that I have spoken to people in Pavona. It's going to affect us and Gumtree more than anybody else in Leon Valley probably, and they're in favor. They didn't talk against it, and I don't see any other choice but to follow the chief's recommendation and Stevens to have continuity on it. And I promise you that this approval for this R6 is not going to depend on the property that we were talking earlier. I'm still open up for that one. And I might vote R1. I'm not going to, make a determination how I'm going to vote in the future.
Well, I'll tell you, the example that has come before the council is when they eliminated the sustainability overlays. And then we had a rush of everybody filing to have them overdone, and they were all approved, okay, because the council had done that. And that's what I think the residents are concerned about from Seneca West.
Yeah, but that's a different council. I think the objectives that we do here in council, we all a lot different than the council before. And I trust that this council will make a decision on different properties and not just on this one to control everything. We get requests all the time to have variances changes in R1 to R6 and so forth. But as long as we take it individually and make a determination how it's going to affect that area, then we go on. I don't going to approve it just because the overlay says that we could, or somebody comes and say, oh, you approved it for so and so. Why can't you approve it for me? I can tell you that I don't think that way, and I'm going to take each request individually and make a determination as that. But Pavona would like.
Okay. Pavona residents is what you're saying is Pavona residents are in support of Paul's Landing Phase 2. Okay.
I'm sorry, I did not get one negative response.
Wanted to clarify that. Yes.
The other distinction here is that this area in the master plan is recommended for R6. It's recommended for R3A, it's recommended for R6, it's recommended for R1. The properties over in Seneca West, the master plan recommends R1. It specifically took out R6. So if you just follow your master plan, the Seneca West property you should keep that in mind, that it does not recommend R6. This one does.
But R6 has got a 45
Yes, sir.
foot.
That's his beef.
That's my issue.
You also have the option of doing, at this time, we'll probably change it after this, after hearing what the council wants to hear or wants to be seen. is to only allow PDDs on property that actually have mixed-use development. And what Councilor Stevens was saying is that they're using the PDD to subvert having to go to the Board of Adjustment for variances. And so as long as the PDDs, it says that there's something unique, something different, they thought that this qualified for that. And so, and like I said, the other big thing is if this gets denied at this point, they're going to have to go through a whole different redesign process.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Martinez.
Well, I agree with Councilor Roscoe. I view each property as being unique, and just because we vote to do something to one property doesn't mean, even if it's a block away, I'm going to look at that property individually and I'm going to vote the way I feel, and I am not going to take into consideration what was done a block away. So every property is got to stand on its own 2 feet, and I'll make my decision based on what I hear on that and from the developer and from the citizens.
Okay, very good. Yes, Mr. Stevens.
Yeah, I think also there another consideration, and you acted like every thing that this council's approved is like the most horrible thing since, you know, and I kind of take offense to that, because I think there's a place for everybody in society, and I think these types of communities, though I personally would definitely not want to go live in a place where you only have 35 feet of frontage. I think that it's annoying to have to drive through one even. But you know what? I'm not going to go live there. That's whoever chooses to go live in this property. There are certain people in society that maybe they don't want to live in an apartment anymore, and maybe they only want 5 feet of yard because it's easy to cut with, you know, an electric weed eater, instead of having to hire a mow guy or have a lawnmower and that sort of thing. And so I think there's also sometimes, like, as humans, we're just like so close-minded and thinking that everybody always likes everything exactly the way that I like it. If somebody likes something that's different than the way I view it, then they're wrong. And I don't think that's a fair way to assess, you know, the other members of society. And especially when it comes to something like housing, we know that housing is super in short supply these days. And that's why these the rents that people are paying are going up like astronomically, because there's not enough housing. Though I don't think, like, you know, our objective necessarily is to like make more housing as government. I would say that this doesn't hinder that at all. And you know, we have a developer that's willing and able to take the calculated business risk to create a development like this. And sure, maybe some of them are going to be rentals, and that's unfortunate because, you know, that, like, I don't like rentals, but again, I'm not choosing to live there. So that's something that this community in it of itself will have to deal with, and we know there is a lot of short-term or a lot of long-term rentals in Leon Valley, only a handful of short-term. So
okay, very good.
I'd like to call the motion.
Okay, Mr. Campos had one more
I just want to say,
consideration.
if I've offended anybody here in the council in the prior approval, that was not my point, okay? It was that I feel that these lot sizes are too small. That's my issue.
I'm not offended. I appreciate your opinion.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think we've made some really good points about how PDDs are being used to avoid, the Board of Adjustment and variances. And so what we learned from this, we can apply as we go forward. But I think, like I said, this has never come up before, but I am concerned, you know, that this is going to cost the developer a lot more money, I know. And, you know, and the continuity issue, you know, I don't like the small houses, but anyway, this is kind of the nth hour, so I don't know. It's up to the council to vote, but I would think that we might need to just learn from this and apply it differently in the future. That's my 2 cents. Yes,
May I
sir.
withdraw my motion?
Okay.
And I withdraw my second.
Right.
And I make the motion, we approve this as presented.
But they just withdrew.
They just withdrew, so I'm making a motion.
Oh,
we
yeah,
accept
that's
this as
right, because we
presented.
need to, it was the consent. Okay, all right.
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Martinez and a second by Mr. Orozco to approve agenda item 7.5 as presented. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed?
The motion passes 3 ayes and 1 nay. All right, thank you. Then we move to the regular agenda. 8.1, again, no vote tonight, and we can decide if we want to put it on the consent agenda or not for the next meeting. And let me read this. Presentation and discussion to consider approval of an ordinance authorizing a budget adjustment from the general fund reserve in the amount of $84,232 for repairs to the Kinman House Foundation and the Police Department Sally Port roof. And this is the first read as required. And again, no vote tonight. Thank you. Melinda, if you'll present, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
So this budget adjustment would be in the amount of $84,232, and it would come from the general fund reserve. And this is for the Kinman House Foundation and Police Department Sally Port roof repairs. Kinman House has almost made it to 100 without having to have a foundation repair. Yay! But there is a huge tree off the side of the kitchen, and I mean, it's massive. It's probably about half the size of this little circle right here. And that has caused the tree roots to pop up underneath the building, and it has shifted that foundation. So they went crawling under there to take a look, and not only has it shifted it, but also it's cracked some beams and stuff. And so that's why that one needs to be taken care of. And I don't want to cut the tree down, so we're just going to cut the roots on that side.
Oh, you're so thoughtful.
Just
Thank you.
But hope it
works. Hope it doesn't die anyway, right? When you cut a little bit of it, it might die. Okay.
And then the police department Sally Port roof, they did not put the correct roofing material on that building to begin with, and we didn't know it.
Mm-hmm.
And so the water there was no drip edge on it to keep the water from going under. And basically it swelled up the beams. It caused it to have a belly in it, and then the water went straight down under.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see the beam there. And see how there's no lip right there? He's just pulling it up. So that should have had a drip edge on it. And what it did is caused all these beams underneath to slowly crumble and fall away. If you show here's what the top of the roof looks like.
And this was during the renovation of our
They did not revise
expansion?
this roof. They left this roof. And this used to be the fire department bay.
Okay.
So
this
here's
was
the
not new then, right? They
Correct.
just left it. Okay.
They did put a different roofing material on top of it, but it's the wrong roofing material.
Mm.
So anyway.
Yeah.
If you
I know
roll
I
that
had
back
asked
to that last
I know I
picture.
had asked the manager, don't we have a warranty or something? But again, it's not
So
not
this whole
new.
beam structure right here is just ruined. Anyway, that's what the budget adjustment is for.
Okay. All right. Any questions on this one? Yes,
Yes, ma'am.
Counselor
Okay.
Orozco and then Counselor Campos. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Ms. Moritz, are we still renting out the Kinman House?
Yes. They,
And how is it affecting them?
So far, nothing.
Okay.
But I don't
Yeah.
want it to get worse and dump the kitchen on the ground.
And so the historic value of it is just that it's 100 years old?
It was born in 1930.
Mhm.
It was occupied by Ken Alley. It was Alley or it was Ken Alley and his wife.
Okay.
And then it was bought by Mrs. McCain, and then it was bought by Mr. Chambers, and it was bought by us. So it's been
Well, it
hanging
was
out in Lehigh
donated.
Valley.
It was donated to us.
No, we bought
Was it not?
No, we bought
Oh, okay. I thought it was donated by
it.
Mrs.
Donated-
McCain.
Mrs. McCain donated a piece of land next to it.
Oh, okay. I knew something was donated. Okay, thank you for that clarification. Okay. And this is going to come from the reserve fund?
Well, I don't know. I just didn't want to spend $37,000, and especially if somebody's using it now, how is it going to affect them while we're doing this project?
All the work will be done underneath. Now, it may crack some sheetrock inside if we lift it back up. I'm not sure how many inches it needs to come back up. The main thing is to get the roots out of there and get the beams replaced. And so then we'd lift it up. So any kind of cracking on the walls and stuff like that, it'll shift the sheetrock up, and we'll have to go in and do some repairs.
Are they even utilizing it? I know they haven't opened yet.
They haven't opened yet, but they've done all their painting, and the place looks great.
Really? Okay.
Yes.
All right.
They've done an enormous job
Moved a
inside.
wall or something is what Dr. Caldera told me? Yeah.
The process of taking out a pony wall. And so they're doing a little bit of remodeling in there.
No, okay.
Okay. Yes, Counselor Martinez. Oh, I'm sorry. Counselor Campos and then Counselor Martinez.
My question was the same as Councilor Orozco, whether it's having impact to the tenant. Now, they haven't opened, but they've been paying rents. Is that
Yes.
They've been
correct,
paying
since
rent,
January?
and they've been remodeling, and they've
Believe
been
that.
painting and
Okay.
fixing it up.
Because I know they had a feral cat problem and fleas and stuff.
They've still been paying. They haven't, I mean, they haven't challenged it or anything, but we did give them a delayed start. I think we did it till the 15th, but they began, even with the fleas, they began doing the remodel, and we had to get an asbestos survey done, and so some of their delayed start is on us. And so at some point I may come and, y'all may want to consider, giving them a little bit of money back.
I would think that they would be entitled to some type of concession, rent concession, because they're not able to operate due to.
Well, just like if your foundation fails, you don't move out. You stay in your house. They come and drill
That's
piers
right.
and prop up your house, but you don't move out till they do that.
Right, but if my landlord is impacting my operation, it's kind of like, why do I need to, why do I pay my full rent? It's for a business that I can operate out of.
It won't impact their operation.
Oh, well, but I'm talking not only this.
Right, the other side. I mean, that's a separate conversation. I did offer them a fee waiver to allow them to have their food truck there on the property and operate out of their food truck in the meantime as we were doing, and they just haven't taken me up on that offer yet.
Okay, that's a
Thank you.
good compromise, yeah. Mr. Martinez?
Do you have an estimated opening date for them?
I do not.
Roque, what's the estimated, somebody waiver, what's the estimated opening date for Poppy's? I think he said
It's Poppy's Cafe, by the way.
What's the estimated date, Tom?
Based on whenever they're done with the work.
Okay,
So it could be, I think, maybe a week or two.
okay.
Is that after the foundation work is completed?
No.
Then? No.
No.
Okay. So
The foundation work, so about 2 to 3 weeks.
2 to 3 weeks
If they
they'll
pass
open.
certificate of occupancy
Okay,
and all those
gotcha.
types of stuff.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay. Anything else? Okay, so there's no vote. Would y'all like to put this in the consent agenda for the April 16th meeting?
I'm
Okay.
agreeable.
All right. So we have consensus for that. Okay.
Mayor and council.
You bet. Thank you so much, Melinda. Do appreciate your help tonight. Next is 8.2 presentation, and we do have a public hearing and discussion to consider approval of a request for a specific use permit, SUP, to allow the sale of firearms, ammunition, and law enforcement equipment in a B3 commercial zoning district, being Lot 4, Block 1, CB 4428H, located at 5405 Bandera Road, Suite 101, Leon Valley, Texas. And again, this is our first read. No vote tonight, and then we can decide how we want to handle it on the April 16th meeting. Good evening,
Mayor and
Mindy.
Council.
Thank you for being here.
So tonight's request is a specific use permit known as a SUP to allow the sale of firearms and ammunition. And that is because it is not permitted in our permitted use table. So the property is zoned B3 commercial. The SUP does have to be approved before they can apply for a certificate of occupancy. It's a warehouse type center. The applicant is not making any changes to the suite, and the sale is for firearms, ammunition, law enforcement equipment, but they do not sell to the general public. So this is the building right here. There's several suites there. And so this is their location, the suite that they are going to occupy right here. So 12 letters were sent out within 200 feet. We did not get any in favor, opposed, but we just got one that was undeliverable. All fees have been paid with this rezone, and the approval of the permit will increase sales tax. We do have Keesler, sorry, the Keesler police applicant and owner? Applicant and owner here for any questions.
Okay, all right. What's the name of the
Oh,
business?
and then I'm sorry, the last slide.
Yeah.
The March 26th Planning and Zoning did recommend approval.
And so could I have their names, so for the record? Mr. Keesler?
My name is Donnie Cherry.
Donnie Cherry, okay.
That was the name of the company, I'm sorry, Mayor.
Okay.
The name of the company is Keesler Police Supply.
Keesler, Keesler,
Kiesler. Police Supply.
Police Supply. Okay, all right, thank you. And appreciate it. And is this your first facility in the area, or is
Yes, we
okay.
are located out of Jeffersonville, Indiana. We have been in business
okay.
there for 50 years.
For 50 years, okay. And only sell to first responders.
We sell to first responders. What we do is supply the law enforcement in the area with their needs, such as ammunition, firearms, and pretty much anything they need to conduct their business.
Okay, all right, very good. Okay, well, thank you. I'm going to see if there's any other questions, and then I'll open it up for our public hearing. Yes, Mr. Martinez, do you have a question for Mr. Cherry?
Yes, well, I support this, and I wish you did sell to the public, but my big question is, if you're going to sell to government agencies, we're not going to collect any sales tax on that. Because any government agency, if you sold, let's say, to Leon Valley, they're going to give you a tax certificate, so there'd be no tax.
There will be no FET tax collected, and that's a federal tax. But what we're here also is to provide a service and providing better prices to your law enforcement. So, in essence, we can save the city money by providing better pricing than what the city is currently getting.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Campos.
So the location of this suite, 101, is that on the Bandera side?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to see the proximity to the school. And I'm assuming that you will have super security over your ammunition and your firearms.
Yes, we don't like talking about security. It's the best way
Sure.
to be secure is not talking about what we're doing with our security. But yes, we have a facility. We've never had a breaking in our facility in 50 years. So yes, we are very, very secure at our facility.
Thank you.
Good, okay. So if there's no other questions from my colleagues, I'll open up the public hearing at 9:15 and ask if there's any comments from our members in our chambers, I should say, or I don't like to use the word audience. I don't know why. Our citizens and visitors. Okay, and I don't see anyone who wants to weigh in, so I'll close the public hearing at 9:16 as well, and ask my colleagues, do you want to put it on the consent agenda for the next, is there consensus? Okay, so we'll put it on the consent agenda. So basically, we'll approve it, Mr. Cherry, at the next meeting, which is April 16th, and thank you very much, and I will welcome you to Leon Valley. All righty, thank you. All right, moving then to 8.3, presentation, public hearing, and discussion to consider a request for a specific use permit, SUP, on an approximately 2.32 acre tract of vacant land located in the 5900 block of Grissom Road for the construction and operations of a car wash, automatic. And again, this is our first read, so we will not have a vote. And we have Mindy Teague, our Planning and Zoning Director, here this evening to present.
Thank you.
Welcome back.
So this is another SUP request. It is for an automatic car wash. Per our Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, specific use permit is required because it abuts residential, which is an R3 district. And also the owner will be required to replat the property. This is the property here. This is the R3 Timber Hill Commons apartment complex. This is the proposed site plan here. So again, the applicant has met all the requirements. It is approved by our city engineer. The traffic impact analysis worksheet came out to 54 peaks per hour, which didn't require an in-depth traffic impact analysis. The next construction will new construction will increase sales tax. 8 letters were mailed out. We did not get any back at all. And it was also recommended at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting March 26th for approval.
Okay.
And
Very
we
good.
do have the
Okay.
applicant here, Mr. Stan Jones, if you have any questions.
Hi there, how are you? I'm sorry, what is your name, sir? Mr. Stan?
Jones.
Yes, ma'am. Stan Jones.
Jones.
Jones, okay, very good. I got that, Mr. Jones. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it. And I want to ask my colleagues, do you have any questions for Mr. Jones, the applicant, this evening? Okay, that's a good sign. And so let me go ahead and open the public hearing at 9:18 and ask if there's any members of, in our chambers that would like to address this issue. And we do have one, Cassie Rouse, who's our Chair of our Planning and Zoning Commission. Good evening and welcome.
Hi. There was one thing I failed to mention at the
Okay.
Planning and Zoning Commission meeting because they were from the first time it came forward, and so back in January,
Mhm, I
and so
remember
I
that.
had forgotten to mention it the second time it came forward. I did mention it back in January, so it is on public record, but I had failed to mention it this most recent time.
Okay.
I had gotten 4 emails, one of which included names from the apartment complex of people that were against the car wash, and so it's a list of names. And they were also forwarded to Mindy, so she also has them, if you guys need a copy of
Did you
them.
say 4?
4, yes, 4 people
4
emailed me,
opposed.
and one of them has a list of names. About 20.
Oh.
Uh-uh.
The person that sent in the list of names.
Evan Bull. And so, yeah, so I got,
The letter to the property owner, not the tenant.
yeah, and so it's tenants of the apartment complex, and so, and that's why there weren't letters, because the letters don't go to the individual tenants of the apartment complex. And so, I just wanted to make sure that got out there, because I failed to mention it at the most recent meeting, but I did mention it back in January when it came up the first time.
Okay.
That's all I wanted to say.
All right. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Anyone else? Okay, see no one else, then I'll close the public hearing at 9:20 and then ask my colleagues, would you like to put this in the consent agenda for the next meeting?
Yes.
Or, okay, very good, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jones, do appreciate it. So on April 16th, we will approve your SUP as presented. Okay, at our second reading. Thank you so much. Have a good evening. Moving then to 8.4, again, another public hearing. Presentation, public hearing, and discussion to consider request to rezone approximately 0.854 tract of land from R3 multifamily dwelling district to a planned development district, PDD, with R2 two-family dwelling base zoning being the north 133.20 feet of Lot 7, CB 4445L, Dirt V-Murchison Hebner subdivision located at 7680 Hebner, Leon Valley, Texas. And again, this is our first read as required by city charter. No vote will be taken today. This is the property that's right next to the silo.
Correct.
On Hebner. So just to give y'all a proximity. And Ms. Teague, if you'll continue, please. Thank you.
So this is another PDD request, approximately 8 acres of land, like you said, next to the silos. Last year, it was rezoned to an R3. The developer is now asking, that was apartments, and now the developer is asking to rezone with a PDD for duplexes. And the property will also be platted and conform to all the requirements that our city engineer looks at in our building department. So a little bit of history. Back in 1985, 6.8 acres was rezoned from R1 to B1. In 1991, it was denied to rezone 12 acres. 2013, 1.7 acres. Rezoned from B1 small business with sustainability overlay to B2 retail. 2017, denied to rezone from B1 sustainability overlay to B2 retail. And so now the developer, at last year it was rezoned to an R3, and so now he's asking to downzone or downgrade from R3 apartments to R2 duplex, 2-family. He's planning to do 14 units, each 2-story, 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath, This is their proposed monument sign. It will be called Hebler Silos. This is the BBCAD map where the property is. The aerial view, here's the property, here's the silos right there. So the variance that the applicant is asking for is because with one lot, you can only have one main structure. So with 7 units, the variance is to add the other 6. All zoning requirements have been met and approved by our city engineer. The 16 letters were sent out. We got one that was undeliverable. At the last P&Z meeting, we did have one person that came in person and spoke against it. And then, I'm sorry, and then Miss Kathy Hill sent in a letter, emailed.
And was that for or against?
I'm sorry, opposed.
Opposed, so two opposed.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
So the approval of this zone change will increase ad valorem tax for the property. The planning and zoning meeting at March 26th, they did recommend approval, and we do have the owner here tonight.
Okay.
If you have any questions.
And yes, sir. And what is your name, sir?
My name is R.C. Bandaru.
Oh, would you spell that for me? Thank
R
you.
like Robert, C like a Charlie.
Robert?
Those are initials.
Robert C. and your last name?
No.
Oh.
RC.
Those.
Oh, RC. Robert C. Excuse me. Hello. It must be the hour, right? RC, what's your last name?
Bandaru, B-A-N-D like a David, A-R-U.
A-R-U. RC Bandaru.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. And we're welcome you to this evening. Let's see. Anyway, yeah, I think it's better than apartments personally, but, and I can't tell you, this property has been undeveloped for so many years. And again, I know it's next to the R1 and you didn't get any well, you got the 2 oppositions. But anyway.
So, Mayor and Council, so it wasn't in the PowerPoint, but because he is down zoning, there is more green space, there's more parking, and he is putting in more landscaping than required.
Okay, well, I appreciate you telling us that. That's great. Thank you. All right. Yes, Mr. Campos.
So this is for Mindy or Dr. Caldera. So here we have another PDD.
Mm-hmm.
Was it really necessary to have a PDD for
Yeah,
this?
so again, so the PDD, me and Melinda, since this has been adopted, we have issues with the PDD in general. But since it was something that was kind of pushed through, we've kind of just left it alone. Since we're kind of getting, like, y'all are in favor of us kind of amending the PDD, you will see that come very shortly. Because it does make it very, very difficult for staff when PDDs come through. Now, this is actually probably a good example of what a PDD should be used for. It is basically a loophole around going to the Board of Adjustments, but he's down zoning. So instead of having apartments, you're going to have this is a less dense area. So that's what y'all been asking for. And so when they came back for apartments, they did have a turnout for people not wanting the apartments there. So he's trying to compromise with y'all and do a less dense development. But in order for him to do that, or the least obstructive way to do that, would be going to a PDD. But we do hear the council, me and Melinda, we have already some suggested changes about making some amendments to the PDD. So we'll be bringing back that for you. But PDD shouldn't scare everybody. They see it, and now they're relating that to Mr. Shahid and really dense. This is actually the opposite of that.
Right, and because he is trying to compromise with this zone change, like I said, it is more green space, more parking, he's putting in more trees, so he is trying to compromise and do something that the citizens have spoke that they wanted.
Okay.
Yes. Not in opposition, please don't. RC, not that. It was just, was that the right application?
Yeah.
And we've got that resolved in a path forward, so thank you.
I just had another question. Does Dr. Caldera, does he have to, because it's a PDD, go by those 6 or 7 criteria, and he has to meet all of them? That was,
has to meet all of them, and so we go through them. And so I think some people, when they see the one, especially on the master plan, it says furthers. It doesn't say follows. So I think sometimes there's some,
issue with that one in particular. But yes, before it even comes to you, the staff has already assessed that he's fall under the PDD.
Okay, all right, just a clarification. Okay, if there's no other questions from my colleagues, let me open up the public hearing at 9:28 on April the 2nd and see if there's any comment from our members in our chambers this evening. Well, thank you all for staying. Really appreciate it. Sometimes we get lonely when there's only two people, excuse me. Maria Gamboa and Pat Martinez, always. And Anna, too. So, all right. No comments, so let me close it at 9:28. And ask my colleagues, with no vote tonight, would you like to move it to the consent agenda? Yes, Mr. Stevens.
I just had a question. I'm wondering, because the caption doesn't say, so this will be 7 duplexes, or
So
what?
Seven duplexes, seven separate buildings,
buildings, yeah.
14 units.
Units,
Mhm.
and so each of those 7 will be separate buildings.
They're not connected?
No, they
Or
are
they're
connected.
Oh, they are
They're
connected.
duplexes, so it's
No, but
7.
2, 2, and 2. In other words,
Yes.
the 2 are separated from the other 2. I think that's what
Yes.
you're asking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so will this have like a street name? Will there be a street that enters the property, or will they just be like numbered 1 through 14?
Units. So
Okay.
either 1, 2, 3, 4, A, B,
Okay.
Just because I was just thinking, I could be wrong. I don't know of any other duplexes that are just numbered.
The ones on Forest Meadow are actual, there's a ton of duplexes
Right, they
down
have
there,
their
and they
own
can have their
address.
own address.
Yeah,
But it's on a street.
Right, these will have
But
their own address. It'll be
But they'll have a unit number.
7680 Unit 1.
Okay.
I mean, 7680 Hebner Unit 1.
Right, and
I
so
see.
what I've seen is like on the forest streets and
Mhm.
it'll like each duplex actually has their own physical
Yeah,
address.
right.
Like, it'll be 4 numbers
Yeah.
apart. So like 6810 and then 6814
Yeah,
will
right,
be
right
both in
next
the
to each
same
other.
building. And so
Mhm.
that's what I was wondering. I don't know
So
if
we
that will
usually
affect any-
address addressing at the platting phase.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Well, if it's at all possible, I think it would be beneficial. I don't think it's that hard to create a new street and name it, just because my family's done that. But I think it's better in the long term if you don't have unit numbers, just because I see how that is. Yeah, so if you could give each thing their own address, it just causes less confusion. I think less packages get lost and stuff.
So that would be during the platting phase.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So is there consensus from my colleagues to put this in the consent agenda on the 16th? Okay, thank you. All right, agenda item number 9.
I get that.
Request from members of City Council to add items to future agendas per Section 3.10A of the City of Leon Valley Code of Ordinances. At a meeting of City Council, a member of City Council may place an item on an agenda by making a motion to place the item on a future agenda and receiving a second. No discussion shall occur at the meeting regarding the placement of the item on a future agenda. So I'm not sure if we have, yes, Mr.
Yes,
Orozco?
ma'am. I heard some concern about the lights that are right there on Seneca and Bandera, and they really don't have a turning lane. Well, they don't have a turn lane, but they don't have a controlled turning light.
To the left.
Right, to the left, or, coming from Everest down Seneca and to turn to the left, so the other street's turning
Yeah,
at the same
I know.
time. It can be as simple as the one on Everest and Hebner, where Pavona lights turn on, and then the other one turns on, and they both have a direct access to it.
Protected left.
Okay, that's the word I'm looking for, thank you.
So we can add it on the agenda, but there's not going to be any information because TxDOT isn't going to address anything along Bandera because we're in the process of the Bandera Parkway thoroughfare. So my understanding is they're not expending additional funds or anything to either of the sections that are there. I mean, we can ask, but I don't.
Yeah, and I don't think it costs any money, just as simple as I mentioned, on Everest and Hebner, one side of the street goes and then the other side goes. And it's just changing the dynamics on the street
Oh,
line.
in other words, you don't have to add a.
Yeah.
Right, so that's what I'm saying, I don't know if they'd be willing, but I'll certainly send in the request. and
Yeah,
I'll add
we
it to
can
the
check, they were
pipeline.
asking.
Yeah.
Did somebody second him?
Yeah.
I'll second him. I understand this isn't the time. Maybe just leave the agenda item broad enough to discuss just changing signage also, such as green. Oh my gosh, I've seen these signs. Just allow it to include signage if that's not a possibility.
Okay.
Because there's signs that say like left, green means yield, left turn or something like that. You know, I don't know.
Well, if anybody,
I'll
I mean,
take a picture if I see
listen,
one.
I can't tell you, I go that way all, going down Seneca, and to take a left, I mean, these people are coming from Seneca West, and I mean, sometimes they come right at you. I mean, it's like, wait a minute, you go over there. No, I'm going straight, but you don't know that. And so it's
maybe broad enough to, because there's other heavy, Temco in Bandera is another area, same thing,
Yeah.
leaving HEB. There's accidents there like
All the
weekly.
time. Yeah.
Okay, all right, so we'll put that on a future. Any others? Yes, Mr. Martinez.
To me, what's more important is I wish there was a flashing yellow right here at Alberti.
Oh,
Did
we've
We've asked that one,
I know.
Do you got a
'cause
second for that one? I mean, I can just discuss it with
Yeah.
the first one, I mean, there's
Y'all
not.
want to get a second on Mr. Martinez,
If-
and we'll add it?
I just don't like to add items that we can't have movement. I don't have control over Bandera Road.
I know.
So I don't want to add an
a
item
text
that
out
y'all are
issue.
just going to talk about where I can't make any changes. So,
But you wait 5 minutes.
Nobody
and there's
hates that light more
nobody
than I
coming.
I have to do that light 4 times a day. If there's, when I have to go check on whatever, I have to leave here just to come back to City Hall. Sometimes I just want to leave my car parked there and just walk back to City Hall.
I have
Yes.
two actually.
Okay.
So one is, I'm not going to be here for much longer, but this council can discuss, because I think now we understand, an amendment to our ordinances for plan developments to require 2 separate zoning classifications. That's what it's intended for. It just doesn't say it. It's where you have a development that has 2 separate zoning classifications blended. So you have like
we're
R1
gonna bring
and
back the
B2
PDD.
or R, and right now it's like completely abused.
Okay.
So that was, second, anybody?
I'll say it.
Okay. And then number 2, which I don't know if I'll get a second. Amend the code of ordinances to allow private septic systems for new developments with lot sizes greater than half an acre. I think that if you approve that, you will see developers will come to. Cool.
All right,
Okay, all right. I've got those. Thank you.
okay. And you had another one.
City Hall security, but he
City
hasn't
Hall
brought it.
security,
he hasn't
did you
brought that
still
back.
want
brought it
that?
back. I don't
You don't want to bring that, I just wanted to
I'll see.
clarify.
I
Okay.
got limited time, like 1 meeting.
Okay, all right, sounds good. Okay, thank you. So you got your work cut out for you? Yeah, okay. We are going to into executive session. The city council shall meet in executive session to discuss the following. Number 1, pursuant to Texas Government Code Chapter 551, Section 551.072, deliberations on real property, 0 Samaritan Drive, Leon Valley, Texas, 78238, lots 1 and 2, Block 1, CB 4430, Grass Hill Estates subdivision, approximately 19.614 acres of land. So at this time, which is 9:37, we'll move to executive session and stand in recess till we get back.
Okay, so it is the second meeting I made. So I have 2 more meetings. I was thinking the swearing in would occur the first meeting I made.
You got a canvas of votes?
Can that be emailed to us, or actually?
Ándale. You need to put some sugar.
Mayor, if you get a chance, you should go drive out Tower Road, like some of those neighborhoods, the parks at Cimarron, that neighborhood, it's less than 60 acres, which is what this whole project is. So, I think $650,000, $700,000 houses, all spread out, beautiful, absolutely beautiful neighborhood. Yeah, and it was done by a developer, all custom houses, but. I think this. So that's.
Are you enjoying it?
No.
You like being up here?
I've been back there since 8 a.m.
Oh, so you just need to change the scenery. Yeah. They won't get you a stand-up desk?
I have one, but they moved me from admin to the very back. So I'm in a new, not a new admin. Yeah, I have a window. Yeah, I just. Have the right place.
So when y'all have to be here at 10 a.m., 10 p.m., you don't late?
I don't. I do the 5 days a week. Outside, it's not good. Yeah, my last, well, not my last. We all do each other. No, well, I can come from there. In Italian, I'm sure, yeah. Was.
Oh.
But I mean, to Natalia, that's. But yeah. Some people are, you know,
Will Anderson talk to you?
It's not a good, it's not a good thing to work for you with. Left Chavano Park to go be. So it's especially in certain positions.
Problem is citizens are great complainers, but they don't really give a call.
Well, no, I wouldn't. I used to love it because it was right down the street from my dad. Doing what? That's how I like to think of it anyway. Yeah, I'm surprised. He put a lot of work. I usually
I don't know who got his break. It bothers me that somebody.
Well, you can vote. I make sure the ballot has you can vote no. Some cities don't do that on their ballot. Have at least one vote for that person. Nobody voted for that person anyway. I've only talked to her a few times, but she seems very nice. There was a time when we should people after we stepped out with the police. Right thing. And somebody was being here.
I didn't think, I'm surprised, I didn't know that y'all could hear people behind.
Mics are out there, the speakers.
No, but I didn't know, I always thought that this was a soundproof barrier.
Oh, no.
People could talk out there and wouldn't hear back to the meeting.
I was actually surprised that they kept the box. Could have been broken, actually. I can't.
Travis Leach is the guy that set up.
You didn't speak today. That's now.
Oh, yeah.
Um,
No, you can see Travis from 2 miles away.
I have 2, so I have 4 grandkids. No, I did not start early. I was. My daughter is going to be 30. And so.
Motion about the dog pound.
I didn't hear about it till this morning. Well, apparently it was a big deal. Yeah, I'm not up here in admin anymore. Calling because somebody sent me. No, from what I understand, he's got a few of them from his house. All was good, it was yapping, and that was the whole deal, that it was, you know, something, but apparently the dog really likes Santos. And when he walks up, he's calm, rolls over, lets him over, that, but when he's gone, he's, he went to the vet this morning.
I'm sure you got better stuff to do than talk to me.
Actually, I'm waiting for them to come out, so I want to make sure she signs documents that I for her. Lay on what I watch. I don't count, it's more like a children.
Over by the conference center.
But in public works, like public works yard, behind all that. I haven't been back there in a long time, but when I used to supervise code enforcement animals, have a shed, pretty good size. That's for the cats that are trapped and neutered before they're released. Dogs, they have like a dog run.
Yeah.
I don't know what they look like.
That's where she started, right?
Yeah, I think at one time she was animal control.
You never think about all the functions of city.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
And nothing's cheap. I mean, everything costs $20,000.
I was doing animal control. Nice, but there's all these state regulations. Talking at least 4 employees to rotate. So. Often have a cause, you know, I'm free. Small city. Have a facility there. I hate to say that, but, you know.
Bad as it's getting now, post-COVID.
Well, when I see videos like on TikTok, dog meat farms, that's heartbreaking. Probably wouldn't have as big a problem. No, because I'm still mourning my dog. I mean, I have a mixed chihuahua, and yes, they're whatever, but it'd be a good guard dog. From the other side of the door, you might not know it's this big. Yeah. I really like having a big dog. Started off like that, there's like a plump under his skin.
What did I do in Waco? We don't talk about what happened in Waco.
So you came from the compound?
What compound?
Oh, okay.
That, you know what I'm talking about? What we're talking about? No, I was their senior financial analyst, or senior budget analyst. I did budget for them, particularly, or specifically, with capital improvement funds. So, I did their, I oversaw their operating budget for public works, water, wastewater, and they have a regional water system, a wastewater drainage, which was new to them. Building fire stations, accounted for, the packet for the city manager to review. They would submit their stuff, I would look at it, I would make a recommendation to see how. got there in 2009. Corporate that needs an excuse. Oh, legal. So I had that joke in my interview when I got you're over the street. Put it on my money. We went from.
About my schedule tomorrow, I've got that 3 o'clock appointment at Mr. Diaz's, and I asked if he wanted, did I tell you about the feral cats? I asked if he wanted anybody from the city to be there, and he said, no, I don't think so. So, anyway.
If you want to meet me before 2 o'clock here, before you go over there.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So let me get to my office and recheck my, yeah, that's what I'll probably end up doing, so I get back over there. I don't see, oh, there's Sandra, okay. All right, we're back from executive session at 10:13 on April, or reconvening into the regular session at 10:13 p.m. on April the 2nd. Agenda item number 12, possible action on issues discussed in executive session. If necessary, there are none at this time. And if there's no objection, we'll go ahead and adjourn at 10:13 on April 2nd. Thank you all very much. Have a good evening. Okay.
Hi.
Okay, here's all my stuff. Oh, sure. And I've got an extra copy.
That's what it's due on downtown.
No, it's due
Great.
Thursday.
You have a contact for
There's
the
another one due on Tuesday.
appraisal, the property tax appraisal, the dispute thing that you
Yeah,
have to do?
I'll send you,
So we called them last year after you asked about it. It's not free. They have to hire attorneys to come out here. That's why we didn't really do it. But is that something you want to do? Consider putting it in the.
yeah, because the mayor wants it also. They did a great presentation.
I agree, but those people that are presenting.
They all
are
did, but
attorneys.
yeah.
Let me call her.
Yeah,
And
because when we
to
talked
see-
to them last
Benny's
year,
not
it was
going on.
It was not.
And-
It was not free, okay. Okay, I'll find out, and I'll talk to Ray Lopez as well. And,
Yeah, Benny's wasn't seconded because it's not going on.
okay, I'll let you know by tomorrow.
Yeah, okay. And I don't know, so it came from, you said it around the same time last year, and by the time you said, well, one, it's not free, and two, it's a little short notice. So if you really want to do next year, we don't have to do it. I need to coordinate with them.
They're having it in different places in
Yep.
San Antonio, and I wonder if the county's paying for it.
It's probably the county and the city, because we did reach out to them when you brought it up again last year, and the reason we didn't do it was not free. To the city, to the public it is free, but to the city it's not. They have to pay the attorney.
Okay, let me find out for you. All right, I'll give you the information. She was a really nice lady.
Yep.
And, very informative.
Yeah, no, we reached out to them last year, but
That was
the biggest issue that
Both of those two.
Yeah, it's actually, I'm gonna switch them out. I'm gonna switch them between Roca, you, and Chris Miranda.
Yeah.
No, we're clear.
It'll,
I think for me, because then that way it would be better to have saying what's wrong and what we need to change. So,
yeah. Yeah. Eventually, I don't want this system here. I want it in the back room for somebody else to control, but
yeah.
that's not a right now
We
problem.
also have a real-time actual booth like thing where you
Sort of, yeah.
And you're, like, sitting in my office, I can sit there and control the whole thing.
Yep.
And multiple cameras, just not one, but multiple cameras.
Yeah.
I have it laid out in my head, but I need to feel the flow of an actual.
Well, that's like the camera section. The other part is like getting the stuff on the screen. So
Yeah.
there's multiple things kind of going on. So I'm trying to figure out.
I've got ideas for that.
Best
Have it all
solution.
picture where you can see everything at the same time, have different scenes, different.
But that's the thing. I like to. I don't always want. I mean, I need some stuff like not hidden, but like it's not time for it to go up or like
Right, you click the scene and it changes and moves one up, and then you still have this little small thing down here. Yeah, I got a lot of ideas.
Okay.
But having the flow would be great.
Okay. All right, Mayor. So you're gonna call me tomorrow then?
Yeah, I'm gonna call you tomorrow. This is
Take a better
weird.
picture when
I'll get that to here. Let me give you these. All of that.
There's a dead spot. Well, no, it's greener now. Oh, no, I know. Yeah, I should go up there and take it again. Be so.
I meant to have broken, so are you going back?
1100 feet in the air. Crazy out there, but I said, oh, thank you. Yeah, I know. Overall picture. Yeah, sure. Considering that thing is this big. Yeah.
So I'm gonna just say, I don't think, Chief Naughton's gonna wanna go lay on one of their sofas and say, come on down.
He says he wants
What?
to change Bandera Road to Sexy City. I mean, Sexy Road. I'm like, what?
Eric Darmeister that owns Office Liquidation wants to like do a commercial but for social media, TikTok and Instagram, and wanted to, pitched this idea that the mayor, he'd come to the mayor and tell the mayor, hey, we're gonna change Bandera Road to Sexy Avenue because of all the sexy furniture we have here at Office Liquidation. And then he wants you to come on.
Yeah.
And
I think he wants you to come on.
No,
He said police and fire and me.
and then gave your pitch, and yours would say that you have to put out for the low prices, and then the chief would need to say, oh, we're having to stop traffic because so many people are coming down for these low prices, and then, or whatever.
That sounds like some of you. I would do it. I mean, I'm the town
You want to do it? Okay, I'll tell him, call Roque.
I got it. You got it? I just got her. All right. All right. Thanks. I'll see you tomorrow. All right.
All right.
They are out there.
Yes, I know. It's just, I just want to be able to tell the residents how many tickets we gave on Forest Way and how many tickets we gave on, but it's a lot to ask, I know.
We can run those things. Whatever, by 100 block, by intersections, same general number.
I think
Just
people
different
need
ways.
to know that we are active, even though they don't see them, you know, but, okay. All righty. Well, y'all have a good one, and I think I'll probably be here. We have the second animal.
First day of the day. Aisha, let that.
Raymond Diaz, and I think Phil.
Yeah, I guarantee you she's putting out food. Whether it's dog food,
Well,
for her dog or her cat.
I don't know if it's the.
If she's feeding the
She has
cat?
a pool. No, she has a pool.
Okay,
Her
the water.
It's
Water.
the water. That's
Yeah.
what I think it is. She's applied. No, she hates it. But she said, can't I get a
Cats, yes,
the
for
cats?
food.
Yes, and so she would just call
But she can't put it out and think she's only gonna get one.
No, she's got to get them all.
She's
And
gonna
got-
get
and-
whatever
and then she's
skunks,
gotta-
raccoons, whatever goes in that cage, she gotta be ready to deal with.
Yeah.
Well, and raccoons, my people are not trained for that.
Oh, okay.
And it's wildlife, so you need a license to move from here to there. And you have to have a reason to move from here to there. Because they're wildlife and they're fur-bearing animals.
Yeah.
Does she
So we
call
know that.
wildlife rescue?
Well, not wildlife, but, no.
No.
Parks and wildlife, but they're not gonna come move it.
They're not gonna take it, they're not gonna do your stuff. That's the only issue that you have
putting out how the heart traps is whatever ends up in it, ends up in it. If you put cat food in to trap feral cats, you get a raccoon, you get a skunk, you get a possum. Whatever.
There's a really, really fine line there.
Yeah.
And
Didn't
the
realize
state of
that.
Texas has
So
a law
So it's
on fur-bearing.
fur-bearing animals.
Yep.
Wow.
Gotta have a special permit to relocate.
Gosh. Oh, okay. You know what people might do, they might pick them up and drive 30 or 40 miles out and just let them out in the field, right? Uh-huh. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Yes, but I thought that you were getting back.
And then Ray said he missed his candy.
Well, it's not that night.
What night?
The mayor said don't put snacks out unless she said snacks if it's a regular meeting, food if it's not. But I ordered some more, so it'll be here.